Please welcome the Federal Minister for Planning and Development Special Initiative, His Excellency Mr. Hassan Iqbal Chaudhry. May I request you all to please rise for the national anthem. Thank you. You may please be seated now. Honorable Federal Minister for Planning, Development and Special Initiatives, Mr. Hassan Iqbal Chaudhry Sahab, Chairman Pakistan Council of Research in Water Sources, Dr. Muhammad Ashraf, Deputy Director General, International Water Management Institute, Dr. Rachel McDonald, AMI Board Member, Ms. Simi Kamal, Excellencies, respected guests, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to all of you to the inaugural session of Pakistan Water Week 2022. My name is Dr. Mohsen Hafiz, Country Representative of International Water Management Institute, Pakistan, and I will be your host for today's ceremony. To formally begin the inaugural session of the International Conference, Pakistan Water Week 2022, I would like to request for the recitation from Holy Quran.
فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان خلق الإنسان من صلصال كالفخار وخلق الجان من مارج من نار فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان رب المشرقين ورب المغربين فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان مرج البحرين يلتقيان بينهما برزخ لا يبغيان فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان يخرج منهما اللؤلؤ والمرجان فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان
Jazakallah. Honorable Minister, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we are gathered here today to attend the International Conference under Pakistan Water Week 2022. The second event of its kind aims to bring together academia, government, officials, NGOs, and policy experts from home and abroad to discuss the water problem Pakistan is facing, especially in the recent climate crisis. The impact of this year heat wave and flooding event due to climate change have only exacerbated the problem facing Pakistan and its use of water. This conference will aim to address the systematic cross-sectoral thinking across water, energy, food, and environmental system for a climate-resilient development in Pakistan. There are clear opportunities to reduce the adverse impact of climate change on the poor rural communities. This conference will shape the focus and agenda of water planning and management moving forward for Pakistan. I would like to request Deputy Director General, International Water Management Institute, Dr. Rachel McDonald, for her keynote address.
Assalamu alaikum. Your Excellency, Mr. Ahsan Iqbal Chowdhury, Federal Minister for the Ministry of Planning, Development and Special Initiatives, Chairman of the Pakistan Council for Research and Water Resources, Dr. Mohammed Ashraf, EMI Board Member, Simi Kamal, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. We meet this year at the Pakistan Water Week, at a time when people around the world have been horrified by the unimaginable destruction force of water witnessed here in Pakistan. The full horror of what it has meant by the often quoted number that Pakistan is ranked among the 10 most vulnerable countries of the world in terms of climate risk has until now not really been understood by the world, or maybe here even in the region. EMI colleagues and partners over the last week have been updating me on the numbers around the impact and consequences of that vulnerability. The livelihoods of over 33 million people devastated, more than 1,700 people lost their life, and around $32 billion of economic losses. In Baluchistan and Sindh, the rural populations have been so hard hit and lost not only their homes, but their income and livelihoods. 72 million people in the country are either moderately or severely food insecure. And the newscasts in the last few weeks have been carrying awful pictures and stories of cholera and the impact that dirty water is continuing to have on the populations here in Pakistan. As the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres said on his visit here last month, I have seen many humanitarian disasters in the world, but I have never seen climate carnage on this scale. I have simply no words to describe what I have seen today. A flooded area that is 3 times the total area of my own country of Portugal. He stressed that he'd also seen great heights of human endurance and heroism, from emergency workers to ordinary people helping their neighbors. He went on to say, it is difficult not to feel deeply moved to hear such detailed descriptions of tragedy. Pakistan needs massive financial support. This is not a matter of generosity, it's a matter of justice. This conference here today comes just 3 weeks before COP27 in Egypt. The tragedies being witnessed around the world, whether it's the floods here in Pakistan, the terrific droughts in the Horn of Africa, demand urgent action now and less dialogue. And we really have to bring that action to tackle both the causes and the impacts of climate change. Here at Pakistan Water Week, the ambitious task for us is to develop bold, innovative, and accelerated climate resilience action by thinking within and beyond the water sector, to bring the nexus, which is the theme of our conference here, to bring that nexus, which is energy, water, food, and environment, into a systems-based assessment analysis of solutions, because there are such strong interconnectedness across them. Pakistan's Vision 2025 explicitly calls for the design of water, food, and energy security policies that address climate change while protecting natural resources. But frameworks and policies for implementation on the ground still need to develop. The water, energy, food ecosystem nexus is thus the fundamental starting point here in Pakistan and the Indus Basin. But developing solutions across silos, because each one of those areas is a developed area of their own thinking. Developing solutions across those silos is devilishly hard at the best of times. But in this climate crisis we are now seeing unfolding around us, the complexity of this challenge are only deepening. The room to maneuver is increasingly limited, as in addition, population growth drives per capita availability of fresh water, water for agriculture, energy, and expanding cities is driving up demands and pressures on the environmental systems include. So what does this nexus actually look like? So let's think about that a little bit, and if you can forgive me, I want to take a water lens to that nexus. First of all, we have water supply, We have the water supply for food, energy, and ecosystems. That water supply comes from natural rainfall, but it also comes from the infrastructure that we have, the sources of water, its management, reservoirs, treated water, wastewater reuse, aquifers, and nature. And what we have in terms of that supply that we have to really consider is how we allocate that water among economic and social uses while ensuring ecosystems are able to sustain that biodiversity and services that we so rely on. And there have been so many studies highlighting that importance. And it's managing that competition against amongst those water sectors and the inevitable trade-offs and difficult decisions that have to be made is part of the discussions that we will need to have here this week. The second component of that nexus is looking at not only just the water supply, it's the water use, because water is used in both food, energy, and environmental system productions. So we use that water for crop production, for aquatic foods, and for livestock production. And we have a challenge of closing that yield gap. How can we increase the yields whilst reducing the amount of water that's being used in both rain-fed and in irrigated, where we are seeing increasing water shortages? And that irrigation is a complex set of challenges given the changing rainfall availability and the increasing droughts and floods that we're seeing because of climate change. For energy systems, we either use water directly to generate electricity through hydroelectric power, or a little bit more indirectly, as we use water in steam generation and in cooling as part of coal or oil or gas-fired power stations. And of course, we're also using it a little bit more, we use it for cooling in solar systems. Whilst for ecosystems, the quantity and quality of available water directly impacts both the terrestrial and aquatic system productivity. And as I said, we so rely on that. The third component of this nexus, we've had water supply, water use. The next one is water consumption. And if we can think about that, of course, water is critical for our drinking, for livestock drinking, and for safe food. Safe water and safe food, and we also use that water for cooking as well. We need to manage the contaminants in that, and that's where we bring in that whole water, sanitation and hygiene, the WASH elements of those work that we do in this sector. And we need to be able to make sure we can align water, the WASH part, with the food and energy sectors that it's going to be. The fourth component that has been neglected up until now, but is something that has to be addressed, is about how water risk and those extremes directly impact the food systems, the energy systems, and the ecosystems. We have seen those images of crops lost, of dams, of electricity systems being so damaged by the floods here. We equally get that damage under droughts when there's not enough water to use into cooling systems or to grow crops with. We can see that there's a whole problem with this increased water risks. And we do know that we need to be smarter, and the way we use the water across all these sectors, we do have to make some decisions and trade-offs. So the nexus captures this interlinked set of connectors, which means that ministerials, groups, policy developments, many of the solutions we have, it cannot just be within the water sector. It has to include these other components if we are truly going to build water and climate resilience. So in designing this conference, the co-convening partners that we are so honoured to be part of are opening dialogues that are asking us to think, to consider the complexities of these interlinked water, energy, food and environmental systems. Our task this week is to discuss ideas, share experiences and stimulate innovation to really develop nexus-based solutions across those different systems and different ministries and different agencies and different academic spheres as we develop that understanding of those trade-offs and the starting point for that. We have three key areas here that really are going to make sure they are both, we look at future-facing realism along with optimism. The first area, the first theme is about climate-resilient pathways adaptation, mitigation, and sustainable development for a secure Pakistan. The second is about politics, policy, and institutions, good governance and strengthening capacities. Policies and politics are behind all water decisions anywhere in the world, and knowing that we have good policies in place is a starting point. And then, of course, there's the important role of technologies and innovations, but they alone cannot deliver the change that we need for climate resilience. So the implication is that we have to build a transformational journey this week for climate resilience across that nexus. So let's think about what those 4 critical areas are that we need to bring into our conversations. The first is about systems thinking. We are challenged to think beyond the water sector into the way, the interconnectedness of all those 4 systems: water, energy, food, and ecosystems. What are the processes? What are the resources that are there? What are the declining resources? And what are the drivers at play that are changing the interactions within and between those systems? And what some of that, if we take the water area, we have to strengthen the water system. And how do we do that? We need to look at the diversity of water, different systems. We have options to think beyond conventional water infrastructure. We can think about nature-based solutions. We can think about water storage and filtration and flood control as part of that diversity of our water systems. We can think about bringing wastewater into that. How can we recycle water as we strengthen that water system? And that water, that might be used for agriculture, it might be used for many aspects, but we can think about how we could do that. And then, of course, there is the options, and it's an area that Pakistan has a very rich research history in, and that's using saline and brackish water. In EMI, we have an ACR-funded project. We're looking at how we can bring that water into opportunities for saline aquaculture, for farming communities. So it's using a different form of water to still be able to support food systems and food security. So that's our systems thinking. The second area is about policies and governance, as I've already mentioned. We need to look at how we can align and bring more coherence of governance and policies across water, energy, and food environments. Often, this will need to be to spur bold action and integrated activities. But we will have seen in the management of the floods, this multi-ministerial, multi-nexus responses to the different impacts that we've been able to see. So being able to support institutions at river basin level, at local level, or at federal level and provincial level to support communities as they further develop policies that are needed to support across that nexus. And this is a key area that we're doing at EMI under the FCDO funded. It's called the RAP project, the Water Resources Accountability in Pakistan. And here we're working with federal, provincial, and district levels to help those government and private sectors empower and further develop their water management through policy and governance strengthening. And we're also working in Balochistan with Lando Mills on strengthening governance there as part of another project. So these developments and policy governments work best when all voices are able to come into this conversation to bring their experiences for that. So we've done systems, we've done policy, data. Can you imagine the different data sets that we need if we're going to look at the WEF nexus? We have our agricultural data sets, we have our water data sets, we have our energy data sets, and our environmental data sets. Very rarely are they brought together. Very rarely can we see the impacts across the different ones, and very rarely can we put together a whole understanding of a particular river basin, especially one as complex as the Indus Basin. So we know that we need advances in modelling to be able to develop that WEF nexus modelling, to be able to say, well, if we change the energy here, what's the implications on the food production here? What's the changes in the water here? And how will that impact environment here? We need this more sophisticated modelling and understanding to be able to do that. Data science is amazing. The advances that are there, whether it's in satellite imagery or many other ways, artificial intelligence, to bring that data. And of course, some of the most sophisticated advances recently is in early warning systems. So being able to predict that drought or that flood, not only being able to see what's happening today, but looking 1 to 3 months ahead. And we're getting increasing accuracy in there by taking global models, using artificial intelligence to regionalize them, and to then be able to predict what is likely to happen. And EMI's been doing some great work in a number of countries, and the predictions are pretty good. Imagine if we could have predicted a little bit more of the floods in that 2 or 3 months ahead. It would have given us space to begin to think about that crisis that's coming. And then, of course, is infrastructure and technology. This is always so critical in all those 4 parts of the nexus. In agriculture, we've got many advances that can be made, whether it's in irrigation technologies, and under the US-funded project, WMFE pre-project, which we're very proud to be a partner with, we're looking at changes in irrigation practices, but also linking that to governance and in the KP province. We're also looking at, can we increase water storage? Some days, in some parts, water storage in Pakistan is quite low. Can we have small ponds or big ponds or ways to hold back water so then it can take out some of those lumps, the extremes, floods and droughts, to get us through that? And of course, with energy generation systems such as bringing solar, wind and other renewables, there is this opportunity to transition to greener energy, and where we can have various OPEX savings as part of that investment through international climate finance to bringing those changes that we're wanting to see. As the UN Secretary General spoke of, there is a need to bring massive investment here into Pakistan to rebuild Pakistan. International climate finance, and there are lots of different other ways that we can bring the knowledge, but also that investment and the grants that are needed to position EMI there. Your Excellencies, Honourable Minister, distinguished delegates, at the International Water Management Institute, we have been committed to working in the support of the government of Pakistan and provincial governments since 1986. And our commitment to them and to our partners, and it's so good to see so many of our partners here, to advance a science-based agenda. We are a knowledge provider to be able to support those changes, to bring that science-based agenda for water security in Pakistan and the Indus Basin, and that continues today and going forward. So Pakistan has a 36-year history of supporting improvements of management and enhanced performance in irrigated agriculture, and iwi will continue in supporting that. Perhaps you will permit me to share a little about the Nexus developments that we are doing here in Pakistan as part of a major project that started in 2022. And with the Indus Basin, this is a global project, but the Indus Basin is one of our most critical basins of studying. So I just want to show to you a little bit of the activities that we're doing on the Nexus to be able to stimulate some of the conversation we're going to have today. Under that project, it's called Nexus Gains, and the co-lead, Dr. Claudia Ringler, is here, and we're delighted that she's able to be part of our discussions. So we are developing interactive tools for various stakeholders, investors and policy managers to plan and assess Nexus interventions and inform policies at the Indus Basin. We can look at scenarios through those various tools. We're developing an environmental flow assessment tool for the entire Indus Basin so we can begin to understand the impact on the aquatic ecosystems in this important river. We're looking at ways of boosting water productivity at multiple scales in southern Punjab, using various methods ranging from data tools and information through to research and innovation and quantification of the trade-offs and synergies across sectors. And we're linking water, energy and food systems for food security and livelihood improvements through technologies such as micropower and solar energy, so considering environmental health and gender dynamics as we're dealing with that. And another one is looking at multi-stakeholder water governance, that WEF Nexus governance and what we can do. So we are testing and developing solutions to support the building of climate resilience here in Pakistan through Nexus thinking. And I'm sure many of you are part of that. I know many of our partners are here for that. But there are many ideas that we can further take into research and development through other organizations. Looking from Pakistan through to the UN 2023 Water Conference, which is coming up in March in New York next year. This is the first water conference for 47 years. Can you believe that? When you think about how vital and so challenged water is. So we have a really important opportunity, and we know there will be a strong delegation from Pakistan in those discussions there. So EMI is leading a major initiative, and it's called Transformative Futures for Water Security. Because what happens is when we talk to those charged with implementing water securities, government ministries, NGOs, businesses, all sorts of sectors, there are many knowledge gaps, there's evidence gaps. When we say to them, so what do you need to be able to deliver water security? And they are telling us, well, we don't have this data for this, or we need innovation in this because it just doesn't exist. So EMI is convening a whole series of regional dialogues where those tasked with implementing water security will say what they want in terms of a knowledge, research and innovation agenda. And we will be taking that from the different regional dialogues to a conference in Cape Town to then take that to New York in March as part of the actions coming from UN 2023. It is a research agenda informed by Global South dialogues for the Global South for the first time. And we think this is a really important action. This will be a research and knowledge agenda for all players involved with knowledge development and evidence supporting for those tasked with doing that there. So these dialogues will not only support SDG 6, they will also support 2 and 7 and 13, 14 and 15 goals. So we know that across the nexus, what we do in water will have that there. More generally, I would like to take this opportunity as the EMI DDG to say to you, we are grateful to all the partners that we work with here in Pakistan. The federal ministries of the government of Pakistan, including Water Resources, Planning Commission, Food Security, Climate Change, and Science and Technologies. We want to thank the provisional governments, the Departments of Agriculture, Irrigation, Planning and Development, and all our international organization partners as well as our local partners, the universities, the NGOs that we work with. We are committed to collaborating in the work, and we are grateful for your collaboration. I'd also like to thank our development partners. Without your support, none of us could do the work that we're doing. These include the governments of Australia, Switzerland, the United Kingdom, United States, and the European Union for their generous support to the programs of EMI Pakistan. To close, I wish all delegates a productive Pakistan Water Week. We're going to have so many fascinating discussions. I am so looking forward to it. And I hope that we come together to amplify the message that the challenge of climate resilience in Pakistan is an urgent one. And we together jointly inspire bold and accelerated action across water, food, energy and environmental systems that are needed as the unfolding climate crisis demand is right now. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rachel. Now I would request to Simi Kamal, EMI board member, for her remarks.
His Excellency, Ahsan Iqbal Sahib, my colleagues on the dais, ladies and gentlemen, Aadab Arz hai and good morning. Water, energy, and food nexus has evolved with another big E at the end on ecosystems. And that's really important for us to understand because ecosystems, right there on the ground, is where the action happens. That is where we see the change. And that is where we need to really concentrate. We have broadened the scope of what is known as the water sector in Pakistan and globally, because once we look at the rapid change that climate is wreaking on us and on everyone else, we are reeling with floods, and so many other things are happening all over the globe. Horn of Africa is already in drought, going towards famine, and there are other parts of Africa which are having different kinds of issues. In Europe, there are heat waves, there are forest fires. We name it, and it's happening. And it's happening really fast. So my colleague, Dr. Rachel McDonald, has already spoken about the floods and its devastations and what we need to do, yet another wake-up call for us. I'm going to talk much more about IMI and its role in Pakistan. Before I do that, I want to take you on a little journey backwards. When I've stepped into full-scale professional life, one of my mentors was Dr. Skogabo, and many people here will know him. I can see so many friends from those times. And IMI, it was then IMMI, and it was working pretty exclusively in the irrigation sector at that time. In the late 80s and in the early 90s. It was, for me, the leading edge of the water sector as we saw it then. And what was really remarkable about its work was that it was converting the research into action. And I want to emphasize that. Yes, we generate the knowledge, but that knowledge has to be seen to be making a change for it to be of real value. And that is what IMI was really doing. And at that time, we had a wonderful research environment in Pakistan. Apart from IMI, there was IWASRI that was looking at the salt content and salt accumulation in the Indus Basin. And there was AZRI, which was looking at arid zones. WAPDA, of course, doing all the infrastructure. And of course, Pakistan Geological Survey. And all these organizations used to work together. And they were all these really vibrant researchers. And some of them are here. And I'm sure the rest of them are still in Pakistan. We need to bring them together. So my own grounding, especially of work on the ground, was with IMI. So today, I'm absolutely delighted to see a resurgent IMI in Pakistan with Mohsin at its lead. And the kind of strengthening that is happening of IMI globally as part of the resurgent CGIAR is being reflected in Pakistan as well. And in the last year and a half, we have seen how IMI has grown from strength to strength and is beginning, for me, what was its old role as a very, very vibrant component of the water sector in Pakistan. If you look at the objectives of Pakistan Water Week, I want to draw your attention to two of them. Objective 3 is about sustainable, technological, and nature-based solutions with innovation, and it's about strengthening synergies that we can build. And the fifth objective is about the Indus Basin. It's about key climate adaptation actions leading to sustainable water management of the Indus Basin. And as we know, that the Indus Basin is the backbone not only of Pakistan's economy, but what many of us refer to as Pakistan's water economy. So what is happening in terms of the Indus Basin? We have a water policy in Pakistan since 2018. It has a framework of actions. Frankly, I don't see those actions happening. There was to be a water council chaired by the Prime Minister. So this is for your attention, Mr. Ahsan Iqbal. That council has not been formed and it's not working. Many of us have been demanding that it be put into place. It has room for government and non-government actors, so that's something that we need to do. The climate change policy, on the other hand, has constituted its council just recently and has had its first meeting. And it's really important that we bring these two sectors together. We have a Living Indus initiative of the UN with a doable and actionable program. But I'm very sorry to say that the water sector is absent from it. It's being run by the Climate Change Ministry, which is great. But I think that if we are talking about the Indus, how can we not have water specialists working on it? So I'd like to draw your attention to that as well. So where are the government departments? We like to see them. Then we have the Nexus Gains initiative of IMI that my colleague Dr. McDonald has already spoken of. So I'll just refer to it a little later. But what we are seeing happening is that the climate story has become completely synonymous with the water story. And we have to respond institutionally to that in terms of where the mergers of thought happens, where the actions happen, which ministries and departments have to work with which organizations, how do we bring the very vibrant research and civil society sector, all the NGO sectors, on the same page with the government, because if we want to go to scale, we have to work with government. Last but not least, when we have put the extra E at the end of WEF, we must allude to the level at which WEF can actually seen to be working. And whenever we have discussed this model, what we have seen is that local grassroots level is where you can see the benefits. You can actually see, otherwise it's all theoretical. So where does the action happen? And there, I think it's really important that we have a functioning local government system in place. Because if we want to go to scale with all the great ideas that Amy is bringing to the table, we would need to have that synergy. So Amy is here to provide the science, the knowledge, the technology, the innovation, bring all global learning adapted to Pakistan needs, and then we need to take it to scale for Amy's work to be complete and the work of many other organizations such as Amy. So we can only do that with a functional local government system which would provide the necessary links for upscaling the ecosystems thinking and all the models that we are bringing forward. When we look at the Nexus Gains initiative in Pakistan, I would like to refer to one of the points there, which is developing the capacity of actors that would be working on this nexus, including emerging women leaders and supporting women and youth empowerment for more active decision-making in food, land, and water systems. I think that is absolutely crucial on how we learn to mainstream these sectors. I wish you all really good discussions and good outcomes, keeping all these factors in mind. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Amy, for giving an insight. As you will be already aware that Pakistan in 2000 became a water stress country, and by 2030, Pakistan is predicted to be declared water scarce. Now I would like to request the Federal Minister for Planning, Development and Special Initiative, His Excellency Professor Ahsan Iqbal Chaudhry, for a chief guest speech.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Dr. Rachel McDonnell, Deputy Director General, International Water Management Institute. IWMI Board Member Ms. Simi Kamal. Dr. Mohsin Hafiz, Country Representative, IWMI Pakistan. International and national water and climate experts, development partners, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I feel greatly honored to have been invited as chief guest in this international conference on the role of water, energy, food, ecosystem nexus for climate resilient Pakistan. I've been told that there are around 25 international water and climate experts attending in person this conference. In addition, 50 international experts from academia, government departments, research and development organizations will be attending the event virtually. I earnestly believe that owing to the recent extreme climatic events in Pakistan, the second Pakistan Water Week mood will greatly help the organizers, line departments and stakeholders in the formulation and shaping up of policies aiming at climate resilient Pakistan. I'm thankful to the organizers of the Pakistan Water Week, International Water Management Institute Pakistan, Council of Research in Water Resources, the CGIAR Nexus Gains Initiative, Ministry of Water Resources, and my own ministry. Ladies and gentlemen, Pakistan's extreme vulnerability to accelerated climate-induced events has exposed it to a multitude of risks. These range from unprecedented heat waves, forest fires, glacial lake outburst floods, fast approaching water scarcity along with torrential monsoon flooding, growing desertification, droughts, and rising sea levels. All of these changes have made Pakistan the ground zero of climate catastrophe where life on Earth, water and underwater has been impacted as at exponential level, making the country a perfect example of all the disasters that come with climate stress. Damage to agricultural productivity, livelihoods, human health, and economic stability has led to irreversible impacts, including massive internal displacements as well as GDP losses. It is estimated that the recent climate disaster has cost over $32 billion. And it is not just the economic loss. This climate disaster hit poorest of the poor Pakistan. 16 out of 20 poorest districts were almost destroyed, turning this into a great human tragedy. Global warming has pushed weather conditions to their extremities, which can be observed in Pakistan's susceptibility to flooding and conversely droughts. Distinguished guests, depletion of natural resources, water shortage, and water insecurity are some of the risks because of rapid climate change trends. Pakistan is among the top 10 countries in the world badly affected by climate change, although the country contributes less than 1% of global climate emissions. During the recent floods, 1/3 of the country's land area was submerged in floods, severely affecting the economy, infrastructure, and livelihoods, and leaving almost 33 million people food insecure. Current climate changes in monsoons and increased temperatures are likely to bring considerable challenges to the agriculture sector. As per NDMA reports, the recent floods caused 1,725 deaths, the destruction of over 2 million houses, the death of more than 1 million cattle, the demolition of around 450 bridges, and around 13,000 plus kilometers of roads and railway tracks. Agriculture is the most hit sector due to the recent floods, creating a serious challenge for food security. Nearly 70% of the Kharif crops in Sindh province have been destroyed by torrential rains and flash floods. World Bank has predicted about 2% GDP growth during the current financial year to be negatively impacted by this climate disaster. Urgent, tangible, and implementable steps are needed if Pakistan wants to escape the catastrophic impacts of climate change. Climate-smart agriculture is an integrated approach to managing landscapes, cropland, livestock, forests, and fisheries that address the interlinked challenges of food security and accelerating climate change investment in CSA would be required to ensure a stable food supply in this dynamic economy in the face of climate change. Ladies and gentlemen, as you are well aware, that Pakistan possesses one of the world's largest contiguous irrigation systems, the Indus Basin Irrigation System. It commands an area of about 35 million acres, encompassing the Indus water and its major tributaries, making irrigated agriculture the backbone of the national economy. The level of agriculture production is directly related to the availability and effective and efficient use of water as a major input. The increasing demand for water, energy, food, and ecosystem restoration has necessitated further development of water resources. To address the myriad issues of water, energy, food, and ecosystem, the government of Pakistan in April 2018 approved the country's national water policy, with the consensus of all the provinces, which highlighted the key principles and targets along with investment requirements needed by 2030. Unfortunately, after 2018, when we left our previous government, the next government did not follow up on that policy, and as a result, what Ms. Simi was saying, that the Water Council could not be constituted, I'll follow up on that and we'll have it done as early as possible. During the current financial year, Total allocations for water resources sector are rupees 97.6 billion, which is 12% of the total PSDP of rupees 800 billion. And this also is a tragedy. In 2018, when we left the government, the public sector development program was about 1,000 billion rupees. So after 4 years, when we returned, it was reduced to 550 billion and now 800 billion for this year, which I think is very insignificant, and that actually calls for a much greater effort to revive the economy so that we have the resources to invest, whether it is water resources, human resources, or other needs of the growth of economy. Besides, rupees 42.7 billion has been allocated for power division and 9.3 billion for climate change division. For the country's water and food security, the construction of 2 mega storage dams, the Amir Bhasha Dam and Moman Dam, hydropower projects have been initiated. These, together with other small dams, would add 10 million acre-feet storage by 2030. And again, sad state of affairs that this new storage capacity probably will only make up for the capacity that we have lost due to silting in Mangla and Tarbela. So we are not doing something additional, we are only making up for the loss, and that, I think, is a serious question for us, that how do we add our capacity and capability to store more water. Recently, Nolang Multipurpose Dam and Chashma Right Bank Canals have been approved by ACNEC, which together would bring 333,000 acres of barren land under cultivation, thus bringing socio-economic uplift in the project areas. Distinguished guests, for the country's energy security, the government is striving hard to harness the identified environmental-friendly hydropower potential of over 42,000 megawatts. Generation capacities available in the upper Indus Basin known as Indus Cascade, in a drop of more than 7,000 feet within a stretch of 500-kilometer length. The country is promoting investor-friendly policies to offer a conducive environment for potential investors to invest in the environment-friendly hydropower projects under BOT and BOOT basis. Construction of 720 megawatt Karot hydropower project and 887 megawatt Suki Kanari hydropower project are the recent examples. Besides, 1124 megawatt Kohala and 600 megawatt Mahal hydropower project has also been awarded under the BOT agreement. For water conservation, the construction of 100 of small and medium dams in Balochistan and other provinces have been completed, bringing hundreds of thousands of barren land under cultivation. And unfortunately, most of these small dams in Balochistan have been severely damaged or destroyed by the flash floods that were caused by the recent climate disaster. Rainwater harvesting and high-efficiency irrigation systems have been introduced in many projects for improved water use, efficiency, and high-level productivity. A project titled Transforming the Indus Basin with Climate Resilient Agriculture and Water Management has been initiated by Food and Agriculture Organization from grant funding from Green Climate Fund and Punjab ADP. A similar project is in pipeline in Sindh as well. Besides, a project Recharge Pakistan is being initiated by WWF for building Pakistan's resilience to climate change through ecosystem-based adaptation for integrated flood risk management. For effective flood control, National Flood Protection Plan 4 is being updated in light of lessons learned during the recent floods. This flood protection program was started in 2013, particularly with the experience of 2010 super flood, and it was approved by Council of Common Interest in 2017. And again, when we left government, nothing happened on this, but now we are again updating it, particularly in light of the recent climate disaster because all our previous flood protection programs mainly focused on riverine flooding, because all the floods that came in Pakistan in our history were caused by rains in the northern areas and coming through rivers. But this time, this disaster came through a heavy rainfall in those areas which traditionally received either low or moderate rainfall. And in the northern areas where we traditionally used to have rainfall, Mangla Dam, for example, one of the big dams, could not be filled throughout the monsoon season because there were not enough rain. So these are the climate change impacts, that there is rain where there used to be no rain, and there is no rain where there used to be rain, and there will be more rain when there used to be less rain, and there will be less rain when there used to be more rain. So these are the challenges with which now in our new Pakistan reconstruction and rehabilitation plan that we are building and constructing, we will focus how to have more resilience and adaptability for meeting such disasters in future. The flood forecasting system is being improved with the installation of the latest weather radars by the Pakistan Meteorological Department. These projects will go a long way in tackling the water, energy, food, and ecosystem issues of the country, enabling us to achieve the goal of climate resilient Pakistan. Based on my recent interaction with Dr. Hafiz, I strongly believe that there is great potential for international CGIAR's institutes to provide thematic leadership in bringing the systemic cross-sectoral thinking across the water, energy, food, and environmental systems for climate-resilient development in Pakistan through ongoing CGIAR's Nexus Gains initiative for Pakistan. I believe that IWMI has great potential to lead us in achieving water-secure Pakistan through sharing best scientific practices for the successful implementation of national policies. I am also thankful to the International Water Management Institute for supporting the federal and provincial governments for technical analysis for flood damage assessment and aiding recovery efforts following the extreme flooding events across the country. There are clear opportunities to reduce the adverse impacts of climate change on poor rural communities, and IWMI could play a significant role in this transformational journey. As Minister of Planning and Deputy Chairman Planning Commission, I am extending invitation to IWMI to join hands with Planning Commission in developing an actionable scientific roadmap to overcome complex environmental, climate, and social challenges leading to enhancing the water and food security of Pakistan. For example, I would be very keen to develop a partnership with IWMI team in contributing to National Flood Protection Plan 4 in the ongoing revision by sharing the lessons learned from their best practices of flood-resilient work in the neighboring South Asian countries. I am confident that this conference will shape the focus and agenda of water planning and management moving forward. Ladies and gentlemen, finally, I hope that in the wake of the imminent water crisis and prevailing climate change impacts, this international conference will lead to devise a workable, inclusive, and comprehensive guidance for developing sustainable land and water solutions in the Indus Basin. And let me also say that as an engineer, I refuse to accept that planet Earth can have water scarcity, because a planet that has 70% water, how can that planet be water scarce? We only think of groundwater and we don't focus on the seawater. And I think the challenge for engineers and scientists is how fast can we economize the desalination and recycling technologies? That is what will bring the breakthrough for mankind. How ironical it is that Cape Town, surrounded by ocean and sea on three sides, should have water rationing and is water scarce city, or for that matter even Karachi a port city, and all these coastal cities that lie on oceans and seas face water scarcity. I think it's just a challenge to human genius. We have almost cracked half the code of the power with solar energy, which is very cheap, and the remaining half code of how we have a breakthrough in processing or in the membrane technology will just make it. So I think that is the solution for humanity, and all the water resources and the research centers should really form task forces to accelerate breakthrough in this area. And once it happens, we will again be comfortable with water and not complaining of water scarcity on planet Earth. I wish all the success to PCRWR and IWMI for arranging this informative platform, Pakistan Water Week 2022, and bringing together experts around the globe. I thank you all and wish you the best for fruitful discussions and successful Pakistan Water Week 2022. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, Professor Ahsan Iqbal Chaudhry, for sharing your passion and guiding us on government key priorities in improving water security for Pakistan. I thank you all for joining and gracing us today for the inaugural session of Pakistan Water Week 2022 with your presence and becoming a part of the team for a well-prepared and dedicated response through a joint effort in the water sector across Pakistan. Now we will have a 15-minute break, tea break starting, and then we'll be starting a plenary session where you will be hearing from the key development partners working in water, agriculture, and climate sector across Pakistan. Thank you very much. for us again. have the other keynote speaker, Dr. Claudia Ringler, Deputy Program Leader, CGIAR Nexus Gain Initiative from International Food Policy Research Institute. And we have Johan Fredrickson, Australian Deputy High Commissioner, Acting High Commissioner, Pakistan. We have a Deputy Development Director, Sandra Baldwin, Deputy Development Director, British High Commission. And we have Florence Rowley, FAO representative. And we are still waiting for the two guests. Hopefully they will be joining us very soon. So let's start that. The first is with the keynote speaker, Dr. Claudia Ringler. Before I will request Claudia to come on stage, Dr. Claudia Ringler has more than 25 years of experience in the agriculture economist. She is leading the International Food Policy Research Institute thematic area, and she is also the Deputy Program Leader for the CGIAR Nexus Gain Initiative. And for this, she has been working in part of Pakistan and many other countries in India, in Africa, and also leading on the initiatives in the water sector. And she's graduated from the University of Bonn, Center for Development Research, University of Bonn, Germany. And so with this one, I will be requesting Dr. Claudia Ringler to come on stage and please give your keynote talk. Thank you.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. I'm honored to be here today to give a keynote of why it matters to think across water, energy, food, and environmental systems. It seems to me that joint food and energy crises have become the norm. 3 have now taken place in just 15 years, as you can see on this graph, driven by climate change and other human-made crises, such as the COVID-19 pandemic and, most recently, the Russia-Ukraine war. That's where you see the big spike going up at the end. All 3 crises dramatically pushed up food and energy prices, as well as those of fertilizers, another source of energy, leading to an increase in the number of undernourished people worldwide. You can also see in this graph that the most recent crisis, with the addition of the war of Russia on Ukraine, occurred during negative GDP growth in low and middle income countries, linked to the COVID-19 pandemic, suggesting that high prices are hitting people with already reduced incomes. So this is the gray graph. You see negative GDP growth. This is extremely concerning when we have food price increases. As a result of these continuous interlocking and overlapping crises, the number of hungry people has now been on the rise for close to a decade worldwide. In 2021 alone, 150 million more people were affected by hunger than just 2 years earlier, 2019. And it is entirely unclear if or when the global community will come together to implement interventions to turn this around. I think this conference is an opportunity for Pakistan. COP27 in Egypt is an opportunity for the world, but it's not clear if anyone will take decisive action. I do believe that Pakistan will take decisive action. We have heard, I think, a lot of important statements this morning. I expect we'll hear some more today. Do we still have a crisis? When the first grain ship left the harbor of Ukraine on August 1, some thought the food price crisis was over. But this is not the case. Food inflation levels have increased in the last few months as compared to earlier this year. You can also see here in this map that food price levels in July, August 2022 compared to food price levels in July-August 2021 were more than 30% higher in Pakistan. Pakistan is thus one of the countries that falls under the highest food price inflation category. And I don't expect this to get better because of the floods and various other issues. And even so, food prices overall have come down compared to earlier this year. They do remain above the pre-COVID-19 levels. There are also new export bans. A key one is the September 9 ban by India of broken rice exports and the 20% export tax on several rice varieties linked to drought, heat stress, and in some parts of the country, floods. This one is very important for the globe. It's very important for Pakistan because India is the #1 rice exporter. And as we all know, Pakistan's rice production was severely affected by both heat stress earlier this year and then the floods. Also, the war obviously has not ended. There are many other wars raging, but the one in Ukraine seems to not end, unclear when it will. So we do expect more adverse food impacts. So they're very well possible. Even so, right now, some of the pressure has decreased from that part of the world. There are, of course, importantly, growing adverse climate extremes that further push up food prices and will continue to do so. And obviously, I guess the most well-known here and the most visible and with extreme impacts, as we've already heard, is the Pakistan floods. But if you specifically, as we're interested in water for food security, water security, energy security, we also have to look into the fertilizer price crisis. Continued high fuel and fertilizer prices dampen agricultural productivity and production with consequences that will only become visible in 6 months to a year. So right now we don't see those negative impacts yet. While most discussions on agriculture impacts have focused on fertilizer, and correctly so, because everyone, every farmer, if they can get their hands on fertilizer, affordable fertilizer, they would like to do so. We also should not forget that many countries rely on groundwater irrigations and therefore have to deal with high diesel and petrol prices as well. And these high diesel prices not only affect food production and food security, but also household water access and therefore domestic water security. All countries experience climate change and climate variability, and many experience climate extreme events. And some of these events are more extreme than ever before. And of course, Pakistan is one of the countries experiencing some of the most extreme extremes. Following on the heels of the extreme heat wave of May, famously the city of Jacobabad hit 51 degrees Celsius on May 14, the country experienced a one-of-its-kind flood disaster. The heat wave and ensuing floods were two systemic, interlinked extreme events, with the hotter air early in the year holding more moisture, and together with melting glaciers foreshadowing the floods. So this was known, it was coming. So it was no surprise it was going to come, just I guess the size and severity of the impact was not fully clear. Both climate extremes, the heat stress, that also was a climate extreme that most people have by now forgotten, and the floods, have worsened the already high levels of water and food insecurity in Pakistan. We've already heard that 72 million people in the country are either moderately or severely food insecure, and 4 out of 5 people in Pakistan cannot afford what it takes to purchase and consume a healthy diet. We're not even talking about a sustainable healthy diet, just a healthy diet. Both water and food insecurity are exacerbated by the lack of reliable clean energy access. Fewer than 2/3 of the rural population are connected to the grid in Pakistan. Outages still last, up to 18 hours a day. So we really have to do something about this. All of these crises, water insecurity, food insecurity, energy insecurity, ecosystem degradation are hitting a country whose nutrition indicators have been, for all intent and purposes, unacceptable. This slide summarizes a couple of indicators. Unfortunately, there's really no up-to-date indicators available. A key one that I'm always looking at is the status of children. Poorly nourished children have lower health and well-being, lower intellectual capabilities, and lower livelihood earning capacities. While this slide shows data for 2018, by 2020, which is the latest number we have, which is before COVID and many other crises, the share of children stunted, that is children that are too short, they're shorter than they should be for their age, has declined slightly to 36.7%, but once we will get new numbers coming in, I do not expect a downward trend to hold. The heat stress earlier this year is directly linked to poorer nutritional status of children, while the floods are directly linked to further poor outcomes for children via drowning, diarrhea, measles, and other diseases due to lack of vaccination programs, lack of other health services, lack of schooling, lack of earning capabilities of parents leading to early marriages, removal from schools, low birth weight in young and undernourished mothers, and so another generation whose livelihoods and well-being are below what they should be. In comes the CGR Nexus Gains initiative. Unfortunately, it is not a silver bullet for these interlocking crises, but it can help. The recent food, fuel, water, climate, energy price crisis demonstrate that food and energy systems are closely interlinked and that these systems in turn are affected by the continued degradation of the environment and water resources. Addressing and ultimately preventing such crises is a complex challenge. The Nexus Gains initiative, which operates in South Asia's Indus and Ganges basins, Central Asia's Aral Sea basin, East Africa's Nile basin, and 2 basins in Southern Africa, has 5 work streams that are shown here and have been earlier mentioned by Rachel. All of these areas are trying to intervene in different components of these overlapping crises without losing sight of the other components. The first area is co-development and scaling of Nexus innovations using foresight methodologies and trade-off analysis with a focus on the systems length. There's work already ongoing on improved environmental flow assessment, as well as the assessment of biodiversity threats and solutions. And we are also looking at the economy-wide benefits of some of these interventions, as we've heard, new dams coming online, alternative, more holistic storage assessments, etc. We do need better water productivity across scales. We have heard that with desal water, we might be able to overcome the water crisis, but there's always economics behind everything. So I don't see desal to provide water beyond Karachi in the near future. But we are happy to look into that, into the economics of desal, into the environmental impacts, into the solar requirements, solar energy requirements to get it going. But we also need to look at using groundwater more effectively as storage during floods and at other alternative flood storage systems, floodplains, etc. We've heard that building more dams is one contribution, but certainly not enough. Certainly not enough to address future floods and current floods. We also need to energize food and water systems. The energy crisis here has been going on for decades. It doesn't need to be like that. Solar systems have a very large role to play in Pakistan's future and can help to decouple food production, at least from the groundwater extraction side, food prices from energy price crisis. So when the next fuel crisis comes, at least with solar, we should be able to extract water. We've heard a lot being said by Dr. Simi Kamal about the importance of governance. I heard about the coalition on water that needs to be formed as soon as possible, bringing in stakeholders from across sectors. I just full-heartedly support that, and we are trying to support governance work in Nexus Gains. And finally, as Dr. Kamal has also said, we do need to provide capacity, provide leadership opportunities for women across water, energy, food, environment systems. We know that women can help broker solutions. They have unique responsibilities in the water sector, unique responsibilities for food security. They are hampered by not being able to access clean energy sources. So let's better understand what they need to ensure that children and families improve nutrition and water security. After my last slide, after the first 3 years of the initiative, we hope to achieve some of the following outcomes. We hope that we have a series of stakeholders, and I know we have academia here, we have government agencies. We hope that these next users, develop the systems with us and can actually use these systems to look at some of those trade-offs. Should we invest in another grey dam? Should we invest in managed aquifer recharge? We also want to develop a water storage diagnostic tool, and I think there'll be a presentation later this week on that. So again, to understand water storages in soil, in groundwater, in grey infrastructure, wetlands, what can we do to get better outcomes to address future floods? Don't want to focus a lot more on Nexus policy governance, dialogues. This is an important contribution. In fact, this event, I think, is one of those dialogues where we hope to hear from different voices of what needs to be done to do better. And finally, we have a goal of working with interested young technical and non-technical agents of change who are interested to make a difference across the water, energy, food, environment sectors. We do have a focus on women leaders, but obviously we are focusing on women and men, but we understood over time, over the years, that if we don't specifically mention women, it's more difficult to actually get to parity. So what we really want to get to is 50-50, parity. But to get to parity, we have to support women leaders. To conclude, systemic cross-sectoral thinking across water, energy, food, and environmental systems is central to the climate resilient development of Pakistan, because these complex interlinkages, if not considered, are bound to worsen impacts for the poor, and that's what we've just seen the last few months. This is not the last summer of climate extremes in Pakistan, but there are clear opportunities to reduce the adverse impacts of climate change on the poorest, rural women and men. That's where we have to do better. These opportunities should be seized now, and Nexus Gains, through research and partnerships and impacts on the ground, can help. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Dr. Claudia, for sharing the insight on the Pakistan issues relevant to that, nutrition and food security, and then the malnutrition, especially for the young kids. And what are the learnings, how we could scientifically contribute to overcome some of the issue as a knowledge institute, CGIAR, and especially the Nexus context, how these things are, different things are working together in water, energy, food, ecosystem, and how we could provide as a knowledge institute to overcome of the silos and help to the Ministry of Water Sources, help to the Ministry of Planning and Development, Food Security and Climate Change to overcome of these issues, so that ultimately leading towards the improving the livelihood of the poor people. So now I will be requesting to my next eminent speaker, Joanne Fredrickson, who is the Australian Acting High Commissioner for Pakistan. Joanne, floor is to you.
Thank you very much for the introduction, and distinguished guests, and to the water stewards in the room. It gives me great pleasure to give a keynote address at this plenary session on this conference of the role of water and energy food ecosystem nexus for a climate resilient Pakistan. So let me begin by applauding the Pakistan Council of Research in Water Resources, the Ministry of Planning, Development and Special Initiatives, the International Water Management Institute Pakistan, and the Consultative Group for International Agricultural Research and Nexus Gains Initiative for jointly organising this conference. It is a significant event bringing together more than 20 national and international experts and other stakeholders for Pakistan Water Week in 2022. So I look forward to the discussion of current issues in the water sector with prospective solutions to map out a water, energy, food friendly outlook, which is so important currently with the global economic challenges and the issues facing Pakistan. A truly sustainable world will require collaboration and coordination, ensuring efficiency of this water, energy, food nexus. And may I also extend condolences to the people of Pakistan for the losses suffered during the recent catastrophic floods. Now, as you may know, in Australia, water-related disasters are at the forefront of our minds right now. Flooding in eastern Australia has affected many communities this year, and parts of Victoria are currently underwater. Yet we have not suffered like Pakistan has this year. These disasters from extreme weather events mean we cannot ignore climate change. It is a transboundary challenge that poses, one could argue, as great a security threat as terrorism. And as you know, Pakistan is acutely aware of the impacts of climate change, being ranked 8th most vulnerable nation in the world and ranked globally in the top 10 countries most affected by climate change over the past 20 years. So with the change in climatic conditions, countries face wider swings between water shortages and inundation. These cripple agricultural production, strain infrastructure, increase costs and constrain resources. This is bringing systemic global change disproportionately affecting the vulnerable and deepening fragilities within societies and straining the institutions and threatening food and water security. Water underpins almost everything we do in support of the Sustainable Development Goals, from the environment to food security. And with greater threats to our water security, we must come together to face the challenges collectively and respond cooperatively. One of Australia's great poets, Dorothea Mackellar, in her poem I Love a Sunburnt Country, referred to Australia as a land of drought and flooding rains. And Australia, like Pakistan, is an arid land that faces severe water shortages at times and inundation at others. Australia's new climate change priorities seek to develop technology and infrastructure to seek solutions to the climate extreme events. We have an ambitious 2030 target to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 43% below 2005 levels, putting us on track to achieve our net zero emissions by the 2050 target. And we also have a goal to drive the rapid decarbonisation of Australia's economy to ensure our goods and services are competitive in a changing world. Now, what is the way forward, you might ask? So no doubt the conference this week will explore the conundrums climate change presents. Regard should be given to high-level scenario planning that considers the impacts of water, energy, food nexus on future operations, the economic implications and the growing demands such as drinking water as opposed to agricultural water. A well-thought-through and evidence-based water allocation models to help balance intersectoral demands, science and technology innovations to respond to the water security challenges, open science and open data to provide an opportunity for scientific information, data and outputs to be more inclusive, more widely accessible and more reliably harnessed. Locally sourced Indigenous knowledge, citizen science and remotely sourced data is also important to support decision-making at all levels and to enhance integration of cultural and societal values in the evidence-based water management. And there is a need to improve communication between policymakers and the scientific community to better understand the needs of each other. Now, Australia is one of the driest continents, has expertise in water management and dryland farming, which it shares with other countries. And I'm very pleased to say Australia and Pakistan have a long history of collaboration on water resource management. And Australia is supporting several water initiatives in Pakistan. It includes an almost $4 million water security initiative to build Pakistan's capacity to use nature-based solutions for urban water management. And we also have the Australian Centre for International Agricultural Research, known as ACR, which has for many years undertaken programs in irrigation and salinity management in Pakistan. ACR is building farmers' capacity, leading to improvements in food systems, livelihoods, and efficient use of water. It is also making agriculture efficient through provision of affordable technology, for example, a small gadget with a traffic light system to provide real-time information on moisture in the soil. And in Punjab, Balochistan and Sindh, ACR has done groundwater mapping. And it's partnering with Punjab's irrigation department to develop rules for the use of water for irrigation, which can be replicated in other provinces. So Australia is very pleased to share its experiences and expertise to drive development and health outcomes in Pakistan. In closing, in the face of unpredictable climate patterns, new food security and energy challenges require new models of cooperation. So we need partnerships driven by knowledge exchange, and we look forward to opportunities to continue to expand Australia's and Pakistan's close cooperation on these interlinked sustainable development goals. Thank you very much, and best wishes for the constructive dialogue and outcomes from this conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Ann, for sharing the Australian experience. I've worked in Australia more than 1.5 decades, and one thing I will say that there's a lot of opportunities to pick up the system level thinking from Australia, because when we are talking about the Murray-Darling Basin, the evolution to overcome the flood and drought was based on evidence-based information, the knowledge that helped us about sustainable yield assessment on the groundwater, surface water, and when any new investment decisions are based, those are based on the science and everything. And looking around the system level thinking, how the system will be playing a role for various sectors to meet their competing needs and everything. In part of the Indus Basin, I think, I will say Secretary Sahab is here, there is a need for some kind of the higher level authority looking around the Indus Basin as a system on that one and saying how we could overcome some of the issues and how the science could play a role. I'm fully aware that many of the scientists are working and contributing with the Australian government, with the Pakistani government, but there is a much more need, especially on how we could look around the system level approach and how the system level approaches, learning from Australia could be adopted towards the Indus Basin for Pakistan. Thanks, Yuan. Now I will be requesting to Julian Harness, who is the UN Resident Coordinator for Pakistan, sharing his views. Thanks, Julian.
So good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for inviting me. I'm not a big one for conferences, so I'll get straight to the point. The floods are our last warning. So, ladies and gentlemen, time's up. We need to act now. We have seen the floods come down, destroy the livelihoods of millions, and they are killing children right now. And part of it's climate change, but also part of it's poor planning, poor development, bad choices about zoning, and it's mixed in with pollution. And I think what we need now is to stop with the conferences and get on with the action. We know what needs to be done. We have the science. People have been providing solutions for decades, but we're not seeing the action. And so I would say that what I would hope to see from all of us in the future is a greater focus on what's being done, by whom, and above all, what's the government doing? Because obviously the causes of the damage to the Indus Basin are multiple. Part of it's climate change, part of it's massive population growth, part of it's pollution, part of it's poor decisions on development. And we can be saying who should pay. Should there be international solidarity? Should there be loss and damage, etc.? All of these are valid conversations to be having. But when your house is on fire, You don't wait around to work out who's going to pay for the water before you put the fire out. And I think our house is on fire, the Indus Basin is under threat, and on it, Pakistan's existence depends. We need to put that fire out now. And who is best placed to do that? Well, it's the government. So obviously, the government needs support of scientists, needs support of international financing. There is a moral argument for global solidarity, given the role of climate change and how that is a result of industrialization. But it's our river system, and it's our life that's affected now. And if our government doesn't act immediately, then we will be seeing more floods, more destruction, more drought. And so I would call upon all of us, everybody in this room and this forum, to be scrutinizing what is being done in the National Assembly, what is being done in the Provincial Assembly. Are we acting immediately to make those changes? And how all of us can support provincial and national governments to make the changes that are essential to save the basin immediately. Thank you.
Thanks, Julian, for really highlighting on the actionable things on the ground and how we could support on, the scientific community and international community could support the governments on actionable things on the ground and everything. As a part of that one, we really applaud that the work which is led by your office on Living Indus River Initiative, that's really providing us the first starting point. What are the key priorities where there is a consensus from the federal government and provincial government and how these things could be looking together. IMI as the institute, we already started some of the things about the environmental flow assessment for the Indus Basin, on the saline aquaculture, some of these things which will be contributing towards that on the puzzle to have a bigger picture thing. And I would like to also mention that Dr. Rachel mentioned in the inaugural session about the Transformative Future Water Security Initiative, which is a flagship actionable thing for the UN 2023 conference, and IMI will be organizing a roundtable meeting in late November, and that will be, we want to get the endorsement from the government. What are the actionable things on the ground? What we could support them, and how we could help them to overcome of this, the climate shocks and everything. Thank you. Now I'll be requesting to the next is keynote speaker Sandra Baldwin, who is the Deputy Development Director, British High Commission. Sandra, over to you.
Thank you very much. So, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure to be here today on behalf of FCDO and the British High Commission. And I'd really like to take the opportunity to thank the International Water Management Institute and other partners for bringing us together on Pakistan's Water Week, bringing together entrepreneurs, innovators, and experts from around the world for our common objective to develop some ideas and solutions for the many water-related challenges we have in Pakistan today. So water, it's a basic need, it's a basic right, but it is a vulnerable resource, and it's at the center of the depredations of climate change, and of course it's at the center of the current crisis in Pakistan. Our efforts on access, infrastructure, systems, and governance are fundamental to ensuring that we support better reconstruction, greater protection, and stronger resilience for the future. And given this crisis, we have a great opportunity now to work together on critical issues for more resilient infrastructure, equitable water access and good governance, and on coordination so that all of our efforts together can make a more consolidated and positive impact for the future and for the future of Pakistan's poor people. So the recent floods demonstrates that Pakistan does remain extremely vulnerable to climate and climate catastrophe and will require technology, innovation, and finance to help cope with these extreme weather events in the future. Now, I've been asked to say a little bit about the UK government's work with the government of Pakistan and partners. But I'd first like to endorse the UN Resident Coordinator's call for action, and I believe that's what we're all here for. Thank you, Julian, for raising that to all of us. First, as part of the floods response, the UK has been part of a consolidated direct and urgent assistance to affected communities in Sindh, Balochistan, and KPK, reaching hundreds of thousands of poor communities in these areas with commodities for shelter, medical care, hygiene, and sanitation. This has all been part of the UN and national consolidated appeals and under the direction of the National Floods Response Centre and the NDMA. But I'd like to move on, if I may, to talk about one particular program within our broader climate objectives that FCDO is working on together with other stakeholders, and that's around climate finance, clean energy, and adaptation and resilience. Specifically, the Water Resources Accountability Program, or WRAP, which is focusing on climate resilient solutions for improving water governance. It aims to strengthen the capacities of government and private sector institutions to manage water resources at the federal, provincial, and district levels and improve climate resilience. And in parallel, the nature-based solutions component will help communities to adapt to climate change. So in collaboration with national water institutes, the program will support reforms at federal level, including water accounting, water resources assessment, early drought warning and crop insurance systems, and data as a service, while the reforms at the provincial level, and that's starting in Punjab, will include the development of a water allocation and groundwater management information system, water accounting and productivity assessments, and irrigation demand management. That's through the WRAP program in collaboration with the International Water Management Institute. And in the aftermath of the catastrophic flooding, IMWI assisted the government of Punjab with the development of flood inundation maps to provide scientific and technical support to the PDMA, and I think we'll hear a little bit more about that through the week. And in addition, to assess agricultural losses and food shortages resulting from the floods, WRAP has also provided rapid assessment of crops at district level and is further working on remote sensing in other flood-affected areas. The program lays a strong foundation on knowledge generation and dissemination of key findings through multiple forums, capacity development of key partners, and advocacy for scaling up technical interventions. And I just want to mention, it's been mentioned before already today, but gender inclusion remains a key feature of WRAP and other FCDO programs to align with our strategies on inclusion and social safeguarding. It is an essential role for women in water management and climate change adaptation. So with that, those short remarks, I'd just like to commend IWMI and partners for organizing the conference, and I sincerely hope that the outcome of Pakistan Water Week will contribute towards greater climate sustainability and water security in Pakistan. And thank you very much for the invitation.
Thank you, Sondra, for sharing, some of the insight, and especially on how the British High Commission and then the FCD is supporting different initiatives for going for the more sustainable, the climate, sustainable water management leading to overcome of the climate shocks. Thank you very much. Now I'll be requesting the next speaker is Florence Role, FAO representative Pakistan. Florence, floor is to you.
Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon, everybody. Let me first thank IMI for inviting us today. FAO was a partner last year for the first conference. We are a partner today, and we hope to continue to be a partner in the future, of course. Today, the theme of the conference is water, energy, food, ecosystem, in a climate change context. What does it mean? To us, it means managing complexity for sustainability. Why complexity? Complexity because the challenges that the world is facing today are complex. Climate change, water scarcity, land degradation, food insecurity, political instability. Complexity because of the interlinkages between the sectors and the trade-off which have to happen because resources are not unlimited. Sustainability is at stake. 2030 is almost tomorrow, and we know that the world is not on track to achieve the SDGs. Let's look at the SDG 2, for example, the zero hunger. Since 2016, the number of food insecurity people in the world has started increasing after decades of decline. So how do we manage this complexity for sustainability in Pakistan? FAO in Pakistan is mainly working on water and the food nexus and has not incorporated yet the energy part. It's working on water and food in a climate change environment. So we are working in South Punjab, we are working in Sindh, we are working in Balochistan, thanks to the financial support from the European Union, the Green Climate Fund, which was mentioned by Honorable Minister this morning, and the government of Punjab and Sindh. What is the objective of what we do? The first thing is to use a territorial approach. The second one is to generate understanding of what comes in this territory, what comes out, and as a result, what decisions should be taken by the farmers in terms of agricultural practices, in terms of crops, etc. But what this approach is mainly about is to bring sectors together. In South Punjab and Sindh, we're working together with the irrigation department and the agriculture department. In Balochistan, we're starting to work with the irrigation department, who is here, with the livestock department, the agriculture department, and the forestry department. I'm asking you, is it easy? The response is no. So the nexus, if we add, the third component that the nexus we are looking at today, energy, it adds even an additional level of complexity. So FAO has been working on this nexus, but in North African countries. Most probably why? Because most of these countries are already water scarce. And there are many tools, to look at this nexus, and we've been working with that one with the Stockholm Environmental Institute. But what do they help us to do is to assess the amount of energy required to provide 1 cubic meter of water safe for human consumption from different sources. It helps to assess the impact of energy prices on the food production. It helps to bring a baseline, and with this baseline, to together model scenarios and evaluate the trade-off among these scenarios. But more importantly, again, these tools help to bring together sectors and agree on data that you are putting in, on assumptions that you are taking, and on scenarios that you want to build and to assess. Let me give you the example of Morocco. Morocco is a country which abstracts groundwater in an unsustainable manner. A country which is investing enormously in renewable energy, and a country which is investing in new water sources. The water technologies that the minister was referring at the end of the introductory of the opening remarks. Desalinization, treated wastewater reuse. What happened with this nexus approach? Moroccans realized that desalinization investment would have very limited impact on groundwater table level in Susmasa, one of the regions where which we were looking at. The stakeholders realized that drip irrigation did not lead to water savings at the territory, the watershed level basin, which they thought would have brought. So what are the main lessons? The first is institutional legacy and organizational culture do not favor the nexus approach. And there is a need to provide incentive for more integrated planning and implementation. And I want to go back to the Living Indus initiative, which is an ecosystem approach and which has the potential to provide incentives for more integrated planning and implementation around the Indus Basin. The second lesson is technology is not everything. So planning needs to take into consideration the political and the governance factors in each of the sectors. The third one is, in this complexity, don't try to do everything. Simplify. Simplify the complexity. And if you look at the 25 initiatives that the Living Indus is proposing, is a start. Of course, it's not going to give the response to all the issues, but it's a start, and we should start. And the last one is engage. Engage, 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 and engage all the stakeholders. And you know, we need to find better ways to engage so that everybody gets the ownership of the results. And again, the Living Indus initiative has the potential to create a movement of Pakistanis around the ecological restoration of the basin. In conclusion, this nexus approach, or you call it system thinking, or you call it whatever you want to call it, is a way to go to tackle this complexity in the world that the world is facing. The main recipe for success is political willingness to move towards it. And you can count on FAO's commitment to continue working with you on this nexus, which is at the heart of FAO's mandate. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Florence, for highlighting some of the more details of the Living Indus River Initiative. And one of the things you have mentioned about that there are a lot of challenges when we are working with the government stakeholders, whether federal or provincial. Yeah, absolutely agreeing on that one. But I think that there are some of the things which we can now, there are ways we could improve it and all sort of things. They are just having the joining the forces, I will say. We are working in part of Balochistan, IME along with Landel Mill, and you guys are also working in Balochistan under the EU to support the irrigation department, agriculture department and everything. So let's try to work on developing some of the actionable things and how that could be more beneficial for the people at the ground. Also in the part of the Punjab and then in Sindh, FAO is doing on a lot of interesting work on the water accounting, on the GCF funding and everything, and how that could be dovetail what Sandra was mentioning about the water accounting standard and how these things could be streamlined. So we'll be quite keen to further strengthen the partnership with FAO and seeing it how we could join the forces to make actionable things on the ground and changing the livelihood of the people. Nexus approach is quite tricky. It will not be a magical bullet that will be resolving all the problem, but then based on experience in many countries, yeah, it's the start of the journey, and that needs much more consolidated effort and everything. Strong support is needed from the government ministries to make sure that when they are developing the plan, and plan is based on evidence and not working in the silo approach, but coming on a bigger system level thinking. Now I will be requesting the last with the chief guest, Mr. Hassan Nasser Jami, Secretary Ministry of Water Sources, Government of Pakistan, for his keynote remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Dear panelists and Dr. Rachel from Deputy DG IWMI, Development Community Professionals, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. So it makes my job easier because, you know, there's so much wealth of knowledge in this room also. So many speakers will come in the coming days also. So I'll just focus on a few things. First of all, I'll just facilitate IMI and CGIAR, Nexus Gains Initiative, PCR, WR, and everybody involved in organizing Pakistan Water Week, and with very pertinent theme of water, food, energy, ecosystem nexus for climate resilient. Especially when, you know, Pakistan has witnessed two very divergent and very extreme events this year, and starting from the extreme heat waves and then there's floods. So much will be talked about on these subjects. I'll not, you know, go into the details of what happened and where are we. But it goes without saying that, you know, in Pakistan, the droughts and all this climate-induced migration, water scarcity, foods, floods, sea level rise, all have a devastating effect on the lives and economic development of the country, especially in the poorer areas of the country. And it's now, it's become, water is again in the forefront as a very sensitive and complex subject. And it is very important that we find nature-based solutions. We need, you know, expert inputs. And as one of the panelists rightly said, it is time for action. No more sitting down, no more talking, just do what we can do. But we in the Ministry of Water Resources, we encourage all kinds of, you know, inputs. We also need guidance from professionals. And, you know, because government works in a very specific manner, but you know, water is a much bigger issue, much complex issue, and with this nexus thing, so it's, we have to look at all the different aspects. I'm happy that, you know, to be here and to listen to all these professionals and people who are actually working, making a difference, trying to make a difference. Today, these choices, you know, related to management and use of water, food, energy ecosystems are typically, you know, taken in isolation. So, and without adequate consideration of the intersectoral implications and of planned development, which may be positive or negative. So I worked in the Climate Change Ministry also. I worked previously in the Water Power Ministry also. So these things are, you know, we worked on the National Water Policy when it was being finalized in 2016-17, also on the Flood Protection Plan 4 in 2015-16-17. Both these, you know, documents were approved back in 2018. But now the challenge is, you know, how to implement these, where we stand, what actually happened in the last 4 or 5 years, why we could not, you know, implement these, you know, very well-made documents. So it's very important to collaborate, sit together, and, you know, create something, create a synergy between different competing, you know, sectors. And be it the Climate Change Ministry, Food Security Ministry, Water Ministry, Planning Ministry, Energy Ministry, you name it. So everything is interlinked. And how to dovetail everything into our, you know, different systems and to make them more permanent and solution-based approach. So I had a long speech made, but I've just, you know, deleted everything because I cannot teach the people who are here. I'm here to learn, and hopefully in the days to come, I'll be always available. My doors are always open, and I'd really love to listen to everyone so who is willing to come. And through this forum, I'll request all these esteemed professionals, our partners from the different development agencies, different you know, governments who are represented here, to deliberate on immediate practical solutions, what to do, how to go about this. We have got the documents, we have got, you know, so many papers written on water issues of Pakistan, and few days back, I was with the Minister of Water, and he showed me a book which was written in 1923 on the Sakkar Barrage. It's by a very eminent professional, and it said it's the lifeline, the life and death for Sindh, it said. So after 100 years, where are we? I think we are at the same stage. I don't know how much we have progressed, but somebody, we need some professionals who are thinking about those things when they were developing this idea of Sakkar Barrage. And he has written so much on the ecosystems, about the ecology of that area. So it's a brilliant book. The minister informed me that he found this one copy. It's an original copy. It's signed by the author also. I've forgotten the name of the author, and he is having reprints made of that book so that, he said he's just lying there for the last 100 years at the Sakkar Barrage. Nobody has gone through it. So he will be distributing it, hopefully, to everyone. So I'm just, I'm quite confident that, when we sit together and there's so many professionals, so many different agencies, so many minds who have worked all over the world in this field. So when they're under one roof, so when they deliberate on things, so something good always comes out of it. So I'm quite hopeful that Pakistan Water Week would be an effective platform to initiate conversations that tackle various dimensions, be it technical, political, legal, environmental, institutional. So there's so many dimensions. And everything is, because of these floods, suddenly, people are, again, all the different agencies of the government also are waking up. So last big flood was in 2010, and which was super flood. After that, the flood protection plan was made, and so much. And I'm happy I had a meeting on Friday with the Asian Bank people, and they are updating it now. And hopefully in the next 4 or 5 months, they will have an updated document. And so there's so many things to do, so we just need a very simple some sort of an agenda which we can follow, immediate things which we need to do. There are many institutional matters which are there for the last several decades, and they will remain there, but slowly and gradually, but we have to move in the right direction. And we need to collate everything which is available, and so much knowledge and so much research has recently been undertaken in these areas. And I hope institutions like EMI and PCSIR and other different agencies, they'll be able to collate everything and give us a very clear-cut path to where we need to go, where we should be in the next 4 or 5 years. So when I joined the ministry about 10 days ago, one of my friends sent me a quote from President John F. Kennedy. I hope it's true, it's not just from the social media. And he said that anyone who can solve the problem of water will be worthy of 2 Nobel Prizes, one for peace and one for science. So I hope we find somebody who gets a Nobel Prize in water soon. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hassan Nasser Jami sir, for sharing that one, your insight and especially your openness to develop a simple, actionable agenda that could be implemented. And thank you for coming today. And with this one, I will be saying thank you, everyone. We will have to go for the lunch break, and after lunch around 2 o'clock, there are the different sessions, thematic session, and we'll go into the 3 thematic areas. And then the first thematic area is climate resilient pathways adaptation, mitigation and sustainable development for a secure Pakistan. There are the 2 sessions on that one today. Then we have a politics, policy and institutional good governance and strengthening capacity. That's another one, the thematic area 2, where there are 2 thematic areas, 2 thematic sessions are there, and third is the technology and innovation responding to the challenges. And those details have been given in the conference program, agenda and everything, and we look forward to see you after having a lunch and prayer break to come and join in those sessions. Thank you. hello, 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 hello. Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, 1, 2, 3, mic check. Hello, 1, 2, 3, mic check. Hello, hello, 1, 2, 3, mic check. Hello, 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 1, 2, 3, mic check.
Hello, 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 hello.
Hello, 1, 2, 3, mic check. Hello, 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 1, 2, 3, mic check. Hello, hello. Hello, 1, 2, 3, mic check. Hello, hello, 1, 2, 3, mic check. Hello, hello, 1, 2, 3, mic check.
Hello, 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 hello. हेलो 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 जी आप चेक करें हेलो जी हेलो हेलो hello hello Hi, Steve. It's a sound test. Can you hear us? Yeah. Hi, Steve. This is Tosif. Can you hear us?
Wait a minute then. Let me.
Can you hear us now?
Yes, I can hear you.
Great. So
Can you
we're
hear
waiting-
me?
Yeah. So we are
Okay.
waiting for a few more participants, and then we'll start.
Okay, sounds good.
Great. Thank you.
hear me? Hi, Steve. Can you hear me? This is Dr. Abdurrahman Chima here. Hello, Steve. Hi, Steve. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
great. So you are requested to please open the session. We are all set here.
Yeah. Okay. Wajid is there?
Yes, Wajid is here. All the panelists are here. So,
Okay, very good.
Yeah, except
My screen is, I don't know what I'm looking at on the screen
except
here.
Miss Hadika Jamshed, the rest, all the panelists are here.
Okay. Okay. So, all right. Let me welcome you to the first session of Thematic Area 2. This thematic area is politics, policy, and institutions, good governance, and strengthening capacities. These are, of course, really important and challenging topics. And I think we've put together a good group of knowledgeable people who have worked in this area for many years and have faced the challenges. The title of the session is Policy Coherence, Implementation, and Institutional Coordination in the Water, Food, and Energy sectors in a Changing Climate. So, of course, this is the main theme of this entire conference. And we know that coordination across these sectors is essential and challenging, and history shows that there tends to be more silos than coordination. And so we're in a brave new world, in a sense, in terms of trying to create coordination. And then, in addition, that's with private sector, NGOs, and other institutions, and local representatives as well. So this is going to be moderated by Abdul Wajid Rana, who is the program leader of the Pakistan office for IFPRI, the International Food Policy Research Institute. He has many years of experience in the government, both at the provincial level as well as federal level, and he's been the secretary of the Economic Affairs Division, Ministry of Finance, and has a vast experience in this area. He will be, I will pass it over to him right now, and he can introduce the panelists. And I look forward to a very interesting panel. And thanks very much.
Okay, so I need to invite the panelists. Yes. Okay, right. Oh, okay, sure. Okay, thank you. As introduced by David Stephen, this is pretty important session in the context of policy formulation and how to sort of develop coherence, consistencies, as well as how to implement those policies. But before I sort of get into the details, let me invite the panelists for the session. Dr. Abid Bodla, he's member Water and Irrigation, Punjab Planning and Development Department, has more than 30 to 40 years of experience working in water and infrastructure regime, also worked in the Punjab Irrigation Department. Please, Bodla Sahab. I will now invite Engineer Kafaiz Zaman, who is working with the Federal Water Management Cell, Ministry of National Food Security and Research. Again, a very experienced person in the area of water, agriculture, and other related specialities. The next panelist is Dr. Rashid Aftab, and I'll request him to take the seat. He is Director, Public Policy, Rifa International University. Thank you, sir. Welcome. The next panelist is Dr. I hope I am pronouncing the name correctly, Kakramon Jumbo, IMI, Central Asia. I hope, forgive me if I haven't pronounced your name properly. Thank you. Please join us. So, as I was saying, that this session is pretty critical in the entire this water, energy, food, and nexus in the context of changing climate. We have a regime of policies and laws, both at the federal and provincial level, to deal with these three areas: water, energy, food, and of course, environment. We have national water policy, we have national food security policy, we have national climate change policy, power policy of 2021. We have Punjab water policy 2018. We have KP water policy of 2020. Balochistan and the province of Sindh are still in the process of formulating those policies. And we also have Oh, sure. Okay. So, as I was saying, that there are also substantiating or supplementing. May I invite Dr. Rachel McDonald? She's the Deputy Director General of IMI, please. And then all the four provinces have now their agriculture policies as well as environmental laws. Punjab also promulgated Water Act back in 2019. So did the province of KP, and both Sindh and Balochistan are still in the process of developing those laws. Now, despite that political the policy regime and very expanded legal regime in the country as well as at the subnational level, the general perception is there is either no coherence or alignment with the newly emerged area called water, energy, and food nexus. And also, it's the implementation of the laws as well as policies have been pretty weak, ranging from different provinces to different provinces, as well as the national level. The recent flood of 2022 has exposed the country as well as its policy regime and the effectiveness of the laws and effective governance to implement those laws, particularly encroachment in waterbed or waterpath or waterways, as how quickly we can sort of dewater our cultivable land, since they're still facing the same problem of water dewatering the cultivated land, as well as and the fear that it might delay the sowing of next rabi crop. So in that context, my first question is, which is the key question, whether there is a requirement for developing a policy regime, a coherent policy regime for this water, energy, and food nexus in the context of climate change. And I'll invite Bodala Saab to start his thoughts, because he has a lot of experience on the subject, and please sort of make us more wiser on this.
Thank you very much, sir, for giving me this.
Not do a good job. And when they are managing the natural resources, I think you have to train them, you have to give them space, and you have to empower them then to make decisions. What I see as a result of my experience of the last 20 years is that we say that we have conducted training classes just because it's a requirement to say that women were included, but in real fact, women are not included, they are not empowered. So I will stop here and then your speakers are there and we can continue this conversation.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks, Sachiram, for sharing some of the first insight about your experience and talking about the inequality which is already existing in the system and how that the climate change has that amplified those inequalities. Thank you. So now Dr. Aditi Mukherjee is available and Aditi, could you please speak? So we want to make sure that you are audible.
Yes, there's a lot of echo, but yeah, I think we heard part of it, part of the previous speaker.
Okay, thank you. This is why the screen is not working. Could you please check? Meanwhile, I will hand over to Dr. Juan Carlos for 2 minutes just while we are sorting out the logistics.
Start power, yeah. It's working. Start power is online as well.
All right. All right. So, Professor Scott Power, could you please confirm you are able to hear us? You are muted at this stage. Yes, Professor Scott Power, we are able to see you, but you're still muted. Please unmute and then. Just maybe Shah, type a message there that Professor Scott Power needs to unmute.
Hello, are you asking me a question?
No, we are able to hear you because we want to make sure that you are audible.
Oh, sorry, it's very hard to understand. There's an echo.
Professor Scott, is it better?
No.
Mic off.
Mic is off. Aditi, is it better or still the same echo is coming?
So, Mohsin, we can hear you, but there's a lot of echo and disturbance in the background. So, it's like, sometimes it's a bit clear, but mostly it's a bit hard to hear what's happening.
All right. I think maybe let's start that one that we are able to hear you clearly. And so, Dr. Aditi, if you could start the presentation. Floor is to you. I have introduced you as already with all the audience. Over to you, Dr. Aditi.
Are you asking me to present, Mohsin?
Yes, that's correct. Please.
Okay. Yes. Hi, good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope I am audible. And those of us who are joining online, we have had some difficulties in hearing you guys, but I hope you can hear me. I'm going to present very briefly, based on what Mohsin asked me to do, was water-related findings from the IPCC assessment, the latest assessment that just concluded. And kind of contextualize that in the context of Asia and also Pakistan, and obviously IPCC does not provide assessment at the country level, so as we all know, their assessments are at a more broader geography. So there is a chapter in Asia and there was a chapter on water. The water chapter was the one that I was one of the coordinating lead authors on. Thank you, Mohsin, and the entire Pakistani team for organizing this and inviting me to share this. And yeah, I mean, somehow if I'm over time, just let me know, interrupt and just let me know. So the main thing that came out from the report is climate crisis is also water crisis. Yes, water is largely neglected in climate change negotiations. For example, if you look at the Glasgow Agreement Treaty that came out last year after COP26, water was not even mentioned once. So the main findings from our water chapter was that climate change has already led to changes in all the components of the water cycle. And this is, we are in a 1.1 degree world. For one, we are already, the climate has changed. We are in a 1.1 degree world. And in this 1.1 degree, we have already seen changes in all components of the water cycle. At the same time, it will be a bit difficult for me if there is any message. I won't be able to see, anyway. So climate change is led to changes in all, and we are, according to the current commitments by everybody, including the historical large emitters, it looks like we are headed for a 2.7 to 3 degree world, and that would be absolutely catastrophic. We are seeing that climate change is resulting in impacts in all the sectors, mostly negative, especially for our part of the world, which is tropical, subtropical mostly. And whatever small positive impacts are happening, they're happening more in the temperate region. But even those impacts are not really positive in the long term. So we are finding every sector is impacted, particularly a climate exposed sector like agriculture. That is where I think Global South, Pakistan, all of our regions come in, where majority of the people are experiencing climate change through water. We are finding that while water is the main way in which people experience climate change, but water is also the main way in which people adapt. So water is a part of the solution. And finally, we are finding that we need to mitigate fast, that is reduce CO2 emissions immediately, but in doing so has also some water implications that we have to be careful about. So coming to some of the major findings, hundreds of millions of people are experiencing change in precipitation. Almost 500 million people, and this is the current time from 1950 to now, almost 500 million people are seeing wetter conditions than before, while 163 million people are seeing drying condition, but overall climate change is making our planet hotter and wetter. We are also finding heavy precipitation has increased in many areas. I mean, this is what a clear climate change fingerprint. So global population, almost 709 million people are seeing heavy global population, and this is human induced. That is, there is a clear climate change footprint of these heavy precipitation. Examples are 2021 flooding in Western Europe, Germany included, and the recent 2022 flooding in Pakistan. For the 2022 flooding in Pakistan, and this is from the New York Times, these are a group of authors I work with in the IPCC, Dr. Pedrick Otto and others. They do kind of attribution studies, like they want to attribute a particular extreme event, how much is the fingerprint of climate change. In the case of Pakistan, this was particularly difficult to do because it was also the monsoon season, and there was all the effect of El Nino. It was also the lot of effect of the melting of the glaciers that came from the KPK and from the Himalaya, from the Hindu Kush, Himalayas, etc. So they concluded that while it is hard to put a precise figure to the contribution of climate change, the fingerprints of global warming are evident. So this is an important finding, and also underlies the fact that it is very often quite difficult technically as of now to do these kind of analysis in a more of a monsoon climate where it is much more technically difficult. So in some places also dry spells have increased. We are finding that longer, like 700 million people around the world are experiencing longer dry spells, leading to all kinds of droughts, and sometimes droughts due to policies that leading to famines. Floods are projected to increase. This is projection for by the end of 2080s under a low emission that's consistent with a 1.5 degree world, and we are seeing that our region, South Asia, there is a like flood will increase. And as the temperatures as the warming goes up, medium emissions and very high emissions, actually the certainty that this will happen also increases. In simple terms, the warmer the world, the more are the chances that there will be flood events. And this devastating flood that Pakistan witnessed this year, I think, is a warning of what's been climate change will bring, and not all of it is warning in our. The current climate change is a function of the historical warming. So we have to remember that also, that the current carbon budget has been more. We have very little carbon budget left for the developing parts of the world where there are development deficits. So climate change is also many ways a justice issue. Similarly, agricultural drought is projected to increase. This is 1.5 degree world, this is a 2 degree world, and this is a 4 degree world. So this is kind of pretty grim. When we come to Asia, Asia is of course much varied. I won't go to all of it, but overall in the South Asia, what we are seeing are three things. We are seeing hotter and wetter extremes. We are seeing hotter and wetter in some regions and more flooding, and we are seeing hotter in some regions and wetter extremes and more precipitation. This is what the IPCC finds for the South Asian region. Now coming to, this is not IPCC but another assessment that I was involved in, led by ICMOR, called HIMAP, and this was focusing on the Himalayas and part of Pakistan with the northern part of Pakistan, KPK, and those provinces where there is the Hindu Kush Himalayas, and a lot of the water from Indus comes from those. So what happens in those Himalayan regions is that even 1.5 degree is just too hot. 1.5 degree would be, 1.5 degree would mean that almost 36% there would be 1/3 loss of volume of glaciers. In a 2 degree world, we are talking of 50% loss of glacial volume, and that has, as we all know, huge implication on what will happen to the Indus in terms of flows. So overall, these are some of the climate risks that have been identified in the region: heat stress, water scarcity, food security, flood risks, and many of them are happening right now. None of this is future looking. I mean, we are seeing all of these. Currently, the heat wave that happened in the early part of this year in March, that destroyed wheat crop across the region, followed by floods that later happened, actually destroyed rice crop across the region. So these are all happening as we speak. And what is important to remember, that climate impacts and risks are uneven and mediated by non-climatic factors. And these include deep, uneven development deficits and national priorities on reducing poverty, vulnerability, and overcoming colonial history. So we cannot ignore history, we cannot ignore geography or politics as we go around tackling climate change. Climate change is not simply a technical issue, it's also deeply a societal and a human issue. Now, my final 2 slides, what do we know about adaptation? This is what is our synthesis from our IPCC report. We actually know very little about actual extent of adaptation implementation. Only very little gets documented. For example, in IPCC we can only assess what is published. So not all of all of adaptation gets published. We are finding that whatever is documented is largely fragmented. Adaptation is taking place at local scale, and this is most important. We do not know if the current adaptation is reducing climate-related risk. What we are finding is that even in that, water is central to adaptation. More than 60% of documented adaptation is water-related. Those are around, either because of water is the hazard or water is the solution. So sometimes improved cultivars and agronomy practices in response to drought, or on-farm irrigation or water management in response to droughts and floods, etc. And finally, the most important part is that adaptation becomes less effective with more warming. So first of all, our adaptation itself is not all that much effective, frankly. We lack evidence of how much adaptation is reducing climate risk. And more importantly, whatever climate risk it is reducing, it's actually will become ineffective if we cross 1.5 to 2 degree, and that is not very far off from now. In the current emission pathway, we are projected to cross 1.5 degree within 10 years. There's hardly anything. So we have to really ramp up mitigation, and their mitigation has some water impacts, but I won't go on that because of time. So overall, the scientific evidence is unequivocal. Climate change is a threat to human well-being, and I think we, the people from the region, do not have to be told this with a report. We all know this. People in the forefronts have been, climate change forefronts have been living through climate change for the last 20, 30 years. But I'm really glad that IPCC actually brings out the reality for the Global South in unequivocal terms, and it is saying that climate change is a threat to human well-being and health of the planet, and any further delay in concerted global action will miss the brief, rapidly closing window to a secure, livable future. And I hope and I wish all the participants in the Pakistan Water Week all the best, and I hope that together we can tackle these challenges, kind of the defining crisis of humanity at this point. Thank you, and back to you, Mohsin. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
I will unshare my screen.
Thank you very much, Dr. Aditi, for sharing an insight about the IPCC finding and seeing how that's relevant, especially in the terms of adaptation, and when the adaptation will work, and in this scenario, and how the adaptation will not work, especially in the heat wave, the rising temperature. We'll come back to you on some of the questions which you have mentioned already, and then have a bit more in-depth discussion with you. Let's move to the second keynote speaker, Professor Scott Power. Professor Scott Power is the Director of the Centre for Applied Climate Sciences at the University of Southern Queensland, Australia. He is also an adjunct professor in the School of Earth, Atmosphere and Environment at Monash University in Australia. And he is also the Manager of Climate Services International, and he is an Associate Investigator in the ARC, Australian Research Council Centre of Excellence for Climate Exchange, and a climate expert for the DFAT-funded Australia Pacific Climate Partnership. Scott was previously a Senior Principal Research Scientist and an International Development Officer in the Bureau of Meteorology, and a coordinating a lead author of the IPCC Working Group report, and an author of the IPCC Synthesis report that informed the Paris Agreement. He has published extensively in the international literature on climate science. He is the former head of the Climate Research and Operational Climate Monitoring and Prediction Services in the Bureau of Meteorology, Australia government. And he has led so many activities in the terms of in Australia. He is coordinator on the Australia Climate Change Science Program, and the development of projects to establish and enhance climate protection services in the numerous Pacific Island country, and he led a program on Pacific climate change science that assisted 14 vulnerable countries in the Pacific and Taboo, region for the adaptation to the climate change, and also establishing the climate change services. So Scott, thank you very much for joining us today. And I appreciate it's around 8:30 in the evening in Melbourne time, and thank you for sparing your evening and contributing as a keynote speaker. Over to you, Scott.
Thank you very much. Yes, thank you very much for the kind invitation, and thank you very much. It's a great honour to, this is the first time I've ever spoken in Pakistan, so I'm very, very thrilled. And today I'd like to give a talk that complements very much the very nice talk by Dr. Aditi. So Dr. Aditi talked about Working Group 2 in the IPCC report. I'll be talking about Working Group 1. Working Group 1 covers the physical climate science of climate change, and I will focus very largely on changes in the water cycle, in particular drought, heavy rainfall and flooding. But before I do that, I come from Melbourne. I've been to the MCG many times, so I wanted to apologise that Melbourne couldn't give you a victory last night in the World Cup. My sincere apologies. As I said, I'll be talking about Working Group 1, and it's the statements it makes about changes in the water cycle. And so let's begin by looking at the past, and then we'll look at what's projected for the future. And the first conclusion that the IPCC draws is that the Earth's water cycle has already changed in response to human activities. So we don't have to wait any longer. The changes are already here, and those changes are going to intensify. And the IPCC report documents right around the world how drought and how heavy rainfall has changed. And by the way, I'll just be giving an international perspective. I'll leave it to the Pakistani experts to talk largely about what this means for Pakistan. But just taking a global view, the top left picture shows where there have been observed changes in drought. in the observed changes in drought in agricultural and ecological drought. So that's drought that's really related to soil moisture. And where it's brown indicates where there has been an increase. Where it's green, and there's only one place, and that's Northern Australia, where there's been a decrease. And all of the other places, including South Asia, are where there isn't a clear trend when you look at the observations available since 1950, or since the 1950s. And then the bottom right-hand picture shows you where there have been observed changes in heavy precipitation, and the bluish-green type colour indicates where there have been increases in heavy precipitation, and you can see that there are many places where that's true, and one of those places is South Asia collectively. And so that's the past. Now let's look at what's projected for the future. So the first thing is that seasonal rainfall, in this case annual rainfall, the total amount of rainfall over the year, is projected to change over many, many parts of the world, including South Asia. Some parts of the world it's projected to increase, as in South Asia and Pakistan, but in other parts of the world it's projected to decline or to be reduced. So that you can see it ranges from something like 40% reduction relative to baseline conditions to increases over 40%. So the increases tend to be in equatorial Pacific, high latitudes, Africa, Middle East, and then South Asia extending into Asia. And that's for 4 degrees warming, whereas if you look at the changes for lower values of warming, you can see that the patterns are very similar, but the magnitude of the changes are smaller, commensurately smaller. So clearly, the best strategy we have for adapting is to actually reduce the hazard in the first place, and the way to do that is to reduce net global greenhouse gas emissions. And some other conclusions from the Working Group 1 IPCC report are that global warming is projected to further intensify the global water cycle, including its variability. So in the previous slide, we looked at changes in long-term averages, but the report also indicates that variability about those averages is projected to increase. And I know that in Pakistan, as in Australia, the El Niño Southern Oscillation is a major driver of the variability, and variability linked to the El Niño Southern Oscillation is also projected to increase. And there's a conclusion in Working Group 1 in the Asian fact sheet which says that both annual and summer monsoon precipitation will increase during the 21st century with enhanced interannual or year-to-year variability. So it's consistent with the global picture. The other thing to note is that in addition to changes in long-term averages and changes in year-to-year variability, there are also projected increases, projected changes, in this case increases, in the frequency and intensity of heavy precipitation in nearly all locations over land. So when we looked at changes in long-term averages, in some places the changes will be positive, in some places the changes will be negative, whereas if we focus on heavy precipitation, then it tends to increase in frequency and intensity at nearly all locations over land. So what that means is that there are days that are so wet that they only occur once every 10 years during the pre-industrial era. The projections are that those days will occur not just once every 10 years, but on average, once every 3.7 years. So in other words, 2.7 times more often under a 4 degrees Celsius global warming scenario. And that's based on the global average of the change. So in other words, what used to be a 1 in 10 year event becomes a 1 in 3.7 year event, much, much more often. And similarly, extremely wet days, and by that I mean think of the wettest day over a decade, so a very, very wet day. Those extremely wet days are projected to become approximately 30% wetter in a 4 degrees globally warmed world. So that's a major increase in the intensity of those extremely wet, the rainfall on those extremely wet days. Now, so far we've looked at changes in long-term averages, changes in variability, and changes in extremely wet days. The IPCC report, as Dr. Aditi mentioned, also provides projections on drought. And what they find is that while the effect of climate change on drought varies across regions, increases in the frequency and intensity of both agricultural and ecological droughts occur in some regions, but certainly not in all regions. And with regard to flooding, a warmer climate increases the amount and intensity of rainfall during wet events. This is expected to amplify the severity of flooding. However, the link between rainfall and flooding is complex, so while the most severe flooding are expected to worsen, floods could become less frequent in some regions. And those regions tend to be those regions where the long-term average precipitation declines. So I'll leave it up to my Pakistani colleagues to clarify, but I would anticipate that it's not the case in Pakistan because the projected changes are for increases in long-term average precipitation. So in summary then, we've seen that already observed major changes to the water cycle have occurred and further changes are projected. And that the frequency and intensity of extremely heavy rainfall days is projected to increase almost everywhere over land, that the frequency and intensity of agricultural and ecological droughts are projected to increase in some regions but not all regions. Precipitation variability is projected to increase in many locations, including variability driven by the El Niño Southern Oscillation, and the most severe droughts are projected to worsen. And finally, I'd like to make the following 2 points, that the past, as has become apparently abundantly clear in Pakistan in recent months, the past may no longer be a good guide to the future in many contexts. So we need to plan for events, taking on board what the climate projections tell us, that go beyond our historical experiences. And of course, the key point about all of this is that the more we reduce net global greenhouse gas emissions, the smaller the projected changes will be. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Scott Power, for really giving the global insight about that one, the working group one, and saying how that will be impacting the effect of climate change will be on the floods and drought. And we'll come back on some of the questions which you have mentioned about which region will be impacted in terms of drought or flood, and have a bit more information from you, the learning from Australia, where the Australian government, in a partnership with the local people, so we have developed a very climate resilient information system and done the work on a climate services for the region. We'll come back on that one, how that could be, that kind of services could be useful for part of Pakistan. Okay, so now I will be just moving to the, it's a time to ask the question from panelists. And so my first question is to Dr. Asaf. Asaf, based on your work experience in the globe and all sort of things there, my first question is, how has climate change already impacted in the cryosphere, glaciers, snow, ice, and water resources in both the upper and lower Indus Basin? What are the future projections of climate change on the Indus Basin?
Thank you very much for asking this very critical question for overall Pakistan and in terms of northern and southern Pakistan. So if we talk about, like we have seen from the presentations, that IPCC is based on the assessment. Whatever is available or published by various researchers, they do assessment based on the same. So the IPCC assessment is also showing us consistently that there will be hotter and wetter environment in overall Pakistan, particularly northern Pakistan. So there are contrasting signals of snow and glacier melt in Hindu Kush, Karakoram, Himalayas. If we talk about western Karakoram, where this Shigar River Basin and Hunza River Basins are, the mass balance is neutral to slightly negative, which is a sign of prosperity based on various researchers, but on longer term, it may bring a lot of bluff event, which is glacial lake outburst floods, whereas at current moment, if we don't have met talk about Hindu Kush and Himalayas, the melt rates are quite high, which are around 0.5 to 0.6 meter per year. So based on the same thing, we are saying that if there is 1.5 degree rise, we lose around 36% of the glaciers till end of the century and so on. So those glacier melt are not only making the difference, but of course those are going to affect the seasonal water availability. Climate change is not only providing threats, but it is also providing opportunities. For example, in Gilgit-Baltistan, in Chitral, and other such regions, they are getting the opportunity of third cropping seasons at the moment due to this warming climate. But that may not be effective on long-term basis. Similarly, if we talk about the southern Pakistan or middle of Pakistan, then this climate change, wetter and hotter climate change is going to have a lot of floods, which is going to be intensified, and occurrence will also become more frequent. And if we talk about, for example, about Sindh, then the water delta in Sindh is higher due to its waterlogging and salinity. So that will become more higher and higher, and that waterlogging and salinity problem will increase in near to far future. If we talk about Balochistan, then since the rule of Britishers, there are a lot of research, and most of the research is on Kushkawa and Selava agriculture, which is flood irrigation, by the way. So that is a threat as well as an opportunity for Balochistan, because we have a lot of land available. Almost 54% of Pakistan is Balochistan. So we have a lot of land available there, and if we do adequate measures or actions upfront, then we can bring that particular land under irrigation and agriculture, and we can utilize flood water effectively. So, in my view, climate change is a threat and blessing at the same time. We can use it effectively, but like the NDC's report 2021 has a lot of shortcomings in terms of agriculture, in terms of other sectors, which are really critical in terms of greenhouse gases reduction, as well as in terms of adaptation measures. So if we take all of those missing areas which are in 2021 report, then of course we can cover a lot of the opportunities and a lot of the things what is needed in real sense. Similarly, of course, like as Scott was mentioning here, that greenhouse gases reduction is one of the way forward, but we are looking forward to the international community in terms of funds we need for such reductions at national level and of course at international level. But having said that, being mostly affected by climate change effects, we need more resilience. So the flood and drought events are going to be more intensified and more frequent. And we have to adopt all these resilience in our modeling, design, and implementation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ashraf Khan, for giving me a detailed answer of the question. We'll come back on the later on, but let's move to Aisha Khan. Aisha Khan, we talked about in the beginning about the women and especially how the women have been impacted during the recent flood, but now my question is a bit more broader. How to protect the women from the harmful impact of climate change, especially the women who are working at the farm scale level?
Do you mind, if I change, because I seem to be speaking here and not looking at the audience, and that feels very odd to me.
Please come.
say that we should look at the existing condition of women in society right now. Even without climate change, what are the crises, what are the challenges, what are the issues that we are facing? So we should first address those, and then we can see what is it that is being added on by climate change. So I think climate change means a changing landscape, and we cannot not address issues for everybody who gets affected by it. Women will get disproportionately affected because they work in the fields. They're in the rural areas, in the mountain areas, in the desert areas, whichever geography of Pakistan you look at, women are 48% of our population. And they are a large part of the farm labor force. So when you talk about women, you talk generally about the issues that they will face related to food security, related to water security, but we also need to look at certain issues like gender-based violence, for example, like sexual abuse.
Then, while we receive various project proposals, we see that all those climate risk adaptation measures or interventions are catered for there. So I mean, through this kind of approach, on one side, integrated water resources management, and in fact, then taking stock of all these previous flood sector studies as well, which were made from control point to control point along the rivers. On one side that thing, and on the other side this close monitoring and close follow-up on nationally determined contributions for various sectors on climate change.
Thank you.
So this is imperative thing which I want.
Thank you, Dr.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you again. Actually, our policies, they normally shift to our end user through projects. And in each project, we have institutions like Planning Commission is there.
Give us the idea how to deal with this kind of extreme events.
I'm sorry, I only heard a little part of that question. I think it was the question, are there lessons from what is happening in the Pacific for parts of Pakistan?
The question was there, your learnings are the lesson learned from the Pacific region, and where the limited information is available and limited sources there, how they have dealt with the extreme weather event, and that will give us the insight how we could prepare Pakistan in a better way.
Oh, okay. So what are they doing with regard to severe weather? Yeah, one of the things they're doing, which I'm sure is happening in Pakistan, is strengthening their early warning systems. And in the old days, people used to think that that meant just improving the accuracy of forecasts. But these days it means much more than that. It's really, we really should be talking about early warning, early action systems, because there are a number of important aspects that need to be in place in order for warnings to be useful. And so that includes not only do the warnings have to be scientifically sound and have a degree of accuracy, but they need to be communicated to the people who need them. The people who need them, once they've received them, they need to understand what those warnings actually mean, and they also need to know beforehand what they will do once they receive that warning, and they need to have plans and the resources to actually enact the plans that they actually have. So there's a lot of work towards that, and we found in the Pacific that in many places, and in some of the more remote areas, that nearly everything I just said weren't being done. So warnings were being given out, but then the warnings wouldn't get to the people that needed them because they were using radios, and the radios wouldn't work during severe weather. And then the other thing is that the Meteorological Service, which is a really good service, but they would use words like a tropical cyclone is approaching at 25 knots from the northeast, whereas in remote communities, they don't use the word knots, and they don't use the word northeast. So we've come up with ways in which we provide much simpler explanations of what the forecasts actually tell people. Is that helpful?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for sharing that. I think in the context of Pakistan, when we are looking around the Asia-Pacific country, we have a poor disaster risk assessment of the warning system, even that the country. So we are in the bottom 3 based on the Asian Water Development Outlook, which was produced in 2020, and Pakistan need to learn a lot on the early disaster warning system, and that need to be placed on the ground. Okay, so now moving to the other, moving to Dr. Aditi Mukherjee for another question. Aditi, how to increase the food production under the limited resources and climate change based on your insight on that, on the climate change and work with the food security and everything? Could you please share some insight?
Yes, I would think one of the things that our Green Revolution has done in our part of the world is provide us food security, but it has also often encouraged us to grow, and I'm saying us because farmers are just merely responding to the incentives that are being set by the policymakers, right? So very often we are growing food crops that are not suitable to the agroecological region, and particularly the water regime. So the kind of growing of rice, wheat, like rice wheat cropping systems in places which receives very little water is at the end of the day responsible for this over-extraction. So in that context, I think rain-fed farming perhaps offers new opportunities, and in these irrigated areas there are too much of entrenched interest. Too many big farmers, too many politically connected, and that's also too much dependence on those areas for food security. But in rain-fed areas, I think actually bringing back and encouraging some of those agroecological practices, the age-old practices that have helped our farmers, manage soil fertility, manage water, and manage those seasonal ups and downs would be important, but that alone is not enough. I think at the end of the day, farming itself is a hugely precarious occupation, and we have to really think of social safety nets for farmers, because we cannot expect them, crop failures will become more frequent. So I think it has to be a combination of agronomic practices that helps them maximize whatever soil moisture there is to grow crops, but also there needs to be national programs and food safety and social safety programs that actually helps them in those really, really difficult drought years. And here inclusion of women and marginal farmers will be very important. So I think we have to look at social safety as well, along with all the agricultural interventions. I hope I answered your question, Mohsin. I hope I heard you correctly.
Thank you very much, Dr. Aditi. Yes, that's very valid. In the context of Pakistan, when we are talking about the agroecological zone, those exist on paper, but there is hardly any implementation. And we are growing the sugarcane crops in an Hibirha area, which is south of Punjab. Temperature is 50, and that disturbs the whole ecosystem, and that disturbs on the environmental sustainability and everything. So I think we need to be, if we move around the scientific evidence-based information and trying to grow the crop, low delta crop into those regions, then the high water delta crops grown only into the area where there is plenty of rainfalls are available. And again, we need to relook on the whole system in the context of Pakistan, what's doable, and how we could change our system if we wanted to have a more robust system to deal with the climate shocks in the future. So now I have the next, before I will move to the next question, I would like to request Dr. Mohammad Afzal, who is the Director of the Research and Development from Pakistan Meteorological Department, and he will be representing the Mr. Meher Sahibzada Khan, Director General of Pakistan, for providing closing remarks. Sir, please. Okay, so moving on, the next question is, I don't know who is the best person to provide an answer, but my question is, what is the major tipping point that disturbs the Indian monsoon cycle? Anyone, maybe starting with Dr. Afzal sir, any insight from you, then it's Scott or Asaf Khan, or then they really want to provide any answer, very, very quick answer of the question.
Yeah, the changes in the monsoon system is definitely because of the global warming and climate change. And we can see that extreme temperatures, extreme heat waves, drought and wetter season in 1 year. These are mainly the main, like if you see on this year's rainfall and flooding, the excessive heating in the pre-monsoon season is the responsible factor for that. And this kind of episodes are going to increase in the future as we have downscaled our future projections from global to our Pakistan.
Dr. Asif, you want to add anything?
You go ahead, I'll add something.
Thank you. I agree with Dr. Afzal sir and the presentation of Scott that the sea surface temperature, El Nino and La Nina is going to be affected by climate change, and the monsoon is going to be more and more harsh and near to far future. But there is another particular component which I want to bring to the forum, which is our agriculture and irrigation practices. Because every degree centigrade temperature rise is raising 0.6% of precipitation. And if we have a lot of sugar cane and other such practices ongoing, we are providing a lot of water on the surface to be evapotranspired. So that evapotranspiration is also one of the addition to strengthen and harsh monsoons. And if we have like low delta crops and such agriculture practices where we can reduce the evapotranspiration losses, then of course we can also reduce some of the adverse effects of monsoon. Thank you.
I'll just add on to that by saying that the increasing temperature difference between land and ocean is actually driving the monsoon cycle. We should also remember that the cryosphere is a very important component, and now the push from the monsoon winds is making incursions into the cryosphere also. So we have two things that are happening here. We have temperature increases, we have low pressure areas, we have simultaneous activity of systems like the Arabian and the Bay of Bengal, and then we have the cryosphere's growth. So all these are actually the things that are driving the monsoons and making them more intense and more variable. Thank you.
Scott, do you want to provide any comment or a reading? Maybe first Scott and then a very brief point on that one, the tipping point for the change of the monsoon, Indian monsoon cycle.
Nothing further from me, thank you very much.
I think that would call for some kind of adaptation. Again, our assessment is showing that individually we can't just rely on one kind of adaptation. We can't just say flood-resistant varieties, or we just can't say, this practice or that practice. There has to be actually a whole gamut and a whole basket of adaptation practices which have to be implemented all at once. A lot of those adaptations will be beyond agriculture. So I would really want to bring in back those beyond agricultural kind of things like insurance, like social safety nets, and all of those. So it has to be a whole basket of solution. It won't be one or the other. So the kind of silos that we have, right? That silo has to be broken down if we need to do something meaningful in terms of adaptation.
Thank you. Now we are moving to the next segment, which is about the audience who are sitting here and online audience. I will ask alert that the people from the IMI team who is managing the online, if there is any question, please share that question. But meanwhile, let's ask from the people who are sitting on this in this room. If you have any particular question, please mention your name and from which institute you are and whom you are going to ask a question. Are you going to ask a question from these panelists, or you want to ask a question from the keynote speaker, please? Said sir? Okay. Yes, please first bring it here. Ashif, thank you.
My name is Saeedur Rahman. I am water management expert, you can say. I have worked in IMI for 12 years and then in other organizations. My experience is that all the organizations, academia and all present the data. I mean, we have a big data problem. Even if you go to water resources ministry, they will give you different data. Water will provide you different data. Even climate department, there is more rain in Islamabad, near mountains, more rain, there is less rain. Even they cannot predict for a city that how much is climate. Last year this road burst and there was flooding in Islamabad. So why we cannot collect the right data and we present things on the basis of this Ministry of Finance, the good data, every year. So how we can save, how we can defend this, that we, even international organizations, World Bank, Asian Bank, and all, they take data from them and on the basis of that they give figures which are wrong. We don't have any system anywhere that each and every department have different data. So how do you, what are your comments on that?
Thank you, Said sir. Just for the online participant, just want to reiterate the question. The question is the data standardization and then the data availability. Typically, each of the government department have their own data, and the data set is not meeting from one data is available. So I believe that when you are referring on standardization on the framework of something which need to be streamlined, and then those sort of the data what we are doing. Based on my insight working with the Bureau of Meteorology, where I am aware that the Bureau of Meteorology has spent a lot of time and effort for streamlining, standardizing the data and developing the standards which are acceptable when any government agencies install the weather system, the output are same, as well as any private farmers want to install the automatic weather stations, and that data set need to be standardized before it's included in the central database. I will first ask Scott to provide an answer based on his experience, and then I will ask Dr. Javed. Scott, over to you.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, there's been a lot of work in the Bureau of Meteorology here in Australia to come up with very long, reliable records of climate change for temperature and also for rainfall. So, for example, if an observing site was to change from one part of near one town to some other location, then they need to homogenise is the term they use to make sure that the old record is consistent with the new record, because the new record, the new observational post, it might be at a slightly higher elevation or something like that. So they will often look at the comparison over a common period and then make an adjustment, so then you get a reliable long-term trend that actually reflects changes in climate rather than changes in observing practice. And they also keep very meticulous records of what's happening at each site called metadata, and so they will make sure that if there's any changes, they'll look carefully at the reliability of that data. So yeah, it's a major effort to try and come up with reliable records of long-term temperature, and Australia's lucky to have a national record for temperature variability, decadal variability and long-term trends that date back to 1910, so that's over 110 years now. Thank you.
Thanks, Scott. Dr. Javeri, would you like to add?
No, I think I agree with this notion that we are having different data sets and we are having differences in those data sets. As far as Pakistan Meteorological Department is concerned, that the rainfall or met data, actually it is, I mean, there should be some act or something that bound people that the central data or the authorized data is from this organization. Now we have a lot of organizations, private and government organizations also, for which they are not mandated to collect the data or to. So they install AWS and okay, I have my AWS and I can have data. Why should I go to the PMD or Met department or meteorologists to ask for this? So their data, their AWSs are not standardized. I don't take any name, I don't mention any name of these private organizations. So they do not even bother to calibrate their instrument before recording the data. This might be the reason for the differences in different data sets.
Thank you. Dr. Asim will come back in a minute. Let's go into. I will go first to the online participants, especially who have been waiting long, and then I will come to you and then back to Nazam and then Dr. Aslam and then Dr. Wasim. So in terms of Sumbar, are you monitoring the online participant? Is there any question?
Not yet.
All right. Okay, then we'll go to you, sir. Please introduce yourself.
Hello, I'm Qasim Khan, working in climate change and water resources. I've done working on surface and groundwater modeling based on different tools. Now, my experience with the data sets and Indus Basin specifically, there are a lot of uncertainties in data sets. For example, most of the time we are utilizing the satellite-based remote sensing data sets. But the data set shows a lot of variation. For example, in Indus Basin, there are data sets which shows an average precipitation of 260 millimeter per annum. And there are data sets which shows an average precipitation of 900 millimeter per annum on average. Same is for the catchment area, same is for the temperature data sets. So when we are going to model for the future, if we are going to project for the future based on those uncertain data sets with uncertainty and modeling, how much can we rely based on that, any policy making or any planning that is done for the future based on that modeling or that uncertain data sets? Thank you.
Thank you. I mean, as a hydrologist, I work extensively on the remote sensing data, and I will give the answer. To me, that the data, wherever, even in Australia, when we are working for Bureau of Meteorology, first thing was that satellite data is providing some information at the top of atmosphere. That needs to be corrected, validated on the ground. To me, if you are using in the model without the validation, I'm not mentioning you, but anyone who is using it, it's a garbage in, garbage out. That needs to be validated on the ground and seeing it what's happening on the ground. Part of problem in Indus Basin as a hydrology, I also face it, that there is no standardization, neither on the surface water, neither on the groundwater. Everyone is reporting their own way. One of the things which IMI is working now in a partnership with Ministry of Water Sources and then the about standardization of the water accounting, that what are the basic standards there, what should we need to do it. When someone is reporting in Punjab that this is the amount of water saving, and then that needs to be, so what that means in sale. So it's not that Sindh is saying we have a different methodology and Punjab is saying we have different methodology and KP is saying. So we are working on the standardization and hopefully in a year time that we will have an agreed methodology at least for water. That's the area of interest, but for climate, another one, there is a need of much more effort need to be done, and that's where the Ministry of Climate Change need to play major role along with the Global Climate Change Study Impact Center and other people working there. Next, Nazim, please.
Nazim Ali from USAID. Also, I think we should differentiate between weather information and climate information, because a lot of things that we are doing for adaptation related to climate information, that's with enough lead time. If I am a farmer and I want to grow wheat, how can I know that there will be a heat wave in the March so that I can plant early and there is a ripening stage in the March and I don't lose the major part of my yield? That's one thing. How we can bring that lead time, and second, the climate information in action that farmers are better aware of before they are planting any variety, because different varieties have a different heat tolerance. And if we are saying that next year we are facing a heat wave, then how they can plant a heat tolerant variety instead of maybe a normal variety. And second is about women in agriculture. You know, less than 5% of women are actually holding land. It's because of our, our inheritance laws, and women are not getting enough share of the land. So when we are programming for agriculture, all of the assistance we are giving actually to male farmers. We cannot, I would say that reach out to those women farmers or who are being impacted by climate change. Because if I give an example of impact of climate change, there is a greater incidence of disease on the cotton crop, and mainly cotton pickers are the women. And the impact of pesticide, who is facing are those women. But we cannot reach out. So what are the methods we can reach out to those women, labor, farmers, to maybe help them or to get out of this impact? Thank you.
Thank you. Now, who's able to provide the answer of the question 1 and who's able to provide the question of answer 2? Let me check. For the question 1 is more about the climate services. How that we could inform the farmers and then the people what will be happening in the next 3 months so that they will be able well prepared what time, when they need to plant the crop and everything. Scott, I will be saying I will be referring to you based on my own experience in Bureau. So please share any insight.
Thank you very much. Yeah, so we have, as you know, we have weather forecasts, and the accuracy dies off once you get to a week. There's not much you can say. Then we have seasonal outlooks, but they usually give you a rough indication of what might occur, and they're always framed in terms of likelihoods because the system's partially chaotic, so it's never a clear case of being able to say, there will be heat waves on particular days if it's beyond a week. But what we could potentially say is, even for a month, you can, because of the influence of El Nino, and in our country, the influence of the Madden-Julian oscillation, you can say that for the next 2 weeks, there's an increased risk of certain things or a decreased risk of certain things. So there are some things that can be said, but many decisions have to be made even in the absence of forecasts. So for many people, it's just not possible to wait for forecast systems that are, that might be years off. And then the other thing to note is that even in 50 years' time, when we have much better computers, better observations, more sophisticated mathematical techniques, there are fundamental limits to how accurately we'll be able to predict things beyond a week. And that's because the system is partially chaotic. So even the tiniest little change can make a big difference in a month's time. So, no one should be thinking that we're going to get extremely accurate seasonal outlooks, for example, because, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. There will always be limits on how accurate those things actually are. Thanks.
Thank you. You want to provide the answer of second question?
I will just touch on the first one as well a little bit, because the meteorological department is essentially responsible for the forecasting that you talked about. Our meteorological department does not have that capacity. What we need is the high impact weather assessment toolkit. And it was provided funding, I understand, by the World Bank some 2 years ago to enhance its capacity so that it can actually do impact forecasting. And it returned that money to say that it does not have the capacity to use that money. And now when the money was given back to them, it has been reappropriated for the flood support victims. So unless we don't have that capacity, I think it's very difficult. Rain forecasting is more difficult, but drought forecasting is easier. 3 months ahead of time, they can, with this toolkit, advise farmers. So that is a system that we need to put in place. The second one about accessing women, I think that, we discussed about the societal constraints about reaching women, but if you have digital access and if you have agricultural support services specially dedicated for women, you can reach out to them, and there are a lot of organizations, rural support organizations that are working in the country. You can use them to access women to deliver the kind of training and capacity building that you need for improvement in farming. Thank you.
Dr. Aslam.
Yes. I am Dr. Aslam, Professor in Civil Engineering Department, University of Lahore.
So just get this mic so that other people, urban people in the audible to hear.
Yeah, I can repeat it. I am Dr. Aslam, Professor in Civil Engineering Department, University of Lahore. I don't have a question to specific, to any specific panelist or something like. I just want to know about one idea that if I translate adaptation and mitigation, we say prevention and cure, in other words, do preventive measures and curative measures. So by globally, maybe somebody can ask that in the world, to which more priority or importance is given, adaptation or this mitigation, number one. At global level, actually this point goes to the implementing agencies. That what we have made adaptation up to so far. For example, this flood 2010, it was called super flood. Now again we got in 2022 flood. So what are our adaptation? Preparation and all these things. So these are 2 points. One is globally, the more priority is given to adaptation or just mitigation. When problem has come, we have rich history. In the past, there was a noise that power, energy crisis is coming, we didn't wake up. Now, since a long time, the noise is coming, water shortage is coming, we have declared as water scarce country. Now we are talking about climate change, adaptation, mitigation. So, where we stand?
Thank you, Dr. Sabha. I will just ask Dr. Aditi, based on IPCC literature review for the South Asia and the whole region, what do you think? What are your findings, the adaptation and mitigation? What should be the priority for the South Asia?
Our finding is that lots of adaptation is happening in Asia and Africa, and actually India, Pakistan, these are the places we are finding a huge chunk of adaptation literature. Adaptation is happening here. A lot of the adaptation has many benefits. Benefits include livelihood benefits, sometimes ecological benefits. All of that is pretty clear. But what's not clear is all those adaptation is leading to climate risk reduction. Whether adaptation is reducing vulnerability, whether adaptation is reducing exposure to hazard. And I think that's where the link to mitigation comes in, because much of the adaptation will not remain very effective unless we can also stop GHG emission, and not only that, we actually come to a net zero emission globally. Because as long as global temperatures keep rising, more and more of our adaptation interventions will not remain very effective. Because, look at this incident, look at what happened during the heat waves in South Asia in March. I'm not as familiar with the heat waves in Pakistan, but in India, I know that the March is critical for wheat crop, and the wheat crop actually died because it's not physiologically possible for wheat to flower at 50 degrees centigrade. And that's the kind of temperature we were seeing, 47, 48 to 50. So there were physiological technological limits to something was reached, and how do you adapt? What kind of seeds do you use to adapt? So my point is that in some ways, unless we mitigate in this century, and the mitigation responsibility lies with everyone, but certainly more with the larger emitters and certainly more with the historical emitters. As long as we don't mitigate, adaptation alone will not take us across the finishing line. No way. I mean, adaptation can only do so much without mitigation. So I would think that, yeah, I mean, that's our reflection from the IPCC report, that adaptation alone is not enough unless we stop emitting of GHG gases, reduce it drastically, and then reach net zero by 2050.
Thanks, Dr. Reddy, for sharing the global, the literature and then the global findings. Now I will request Dr. Asif Khan to provide a brief answer of that one because we are just overrunning the time.
Thank you. Just to answer this question, this is really interesting question, by the way, that whether we should focus on adaptation or mitigation, and which one has more weightage. But now, I would like to coin another term, which is known as climate smart solutions or actions. The actions which has both measures, adaptation and mitigation. So those are the measures which cover both and has a bigger priority. For example, if we are doing groundwater recharge, so the groundwater table will raise and it will reduce the energy consumption on motor pumping hours. So we are saving the GHG emissions in terms of energy use, and we are also recharging our groundwater table. So the groundwater water availability will become more, and which is adaptation by itself. And running the motor pump, for example, for extraction of such energy is a mitigation measure. So the measures which are covering both are known as climate smart solutions or actions, and those are the top priority ones. In terms of only adaptation and mitigation, of course, that really depends on from area to area what problems we have. For example, in KP or Balochistan, we'll have different problems and we'll have different solutions and different priorities. In Punjab, in Sindh and HAK, we'll have different problems and we'll have different priorities. So priorities will depend from area to area and problems to problems. Whereas the best solution for Pakistan is to focus on climate smart solutions and actions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Asif Khan. Now I don't want to stand between you and then the team. I will be requesting for Dr. Javed, Dr. Mohammad Afzal sir, to provide a closing remarks, and then we'll be requesting him, and then Dr. Guan Carlos will provide a final remarks as a thematic area. Over to you, Dr.
Thank you very much for providing me this opportunity to present the closing remarks. In this whole session, we have been learning about the climate change, global warming, and the message is very much clear, I think, that too much water or too less water, both are a threat to the food security. So, but when we see the climate change in Pakistan on country level, and we see that we are going to have this kind of climate in future. So we have to take adaptation measures because we are, not that developed country that who are investing in mitigation efforts. So adaptation is the very, accessible solution for us. And for this purpose, we may enhance our capacity, like Madam has also pointed out. But one thing I want to clear that the project from the World Bank, that is Pakistan Hydromet and Climate Services project, is not closed right now. We are having it. We have initiated this project. We kicked off this project, and the funding is also available as was promised by the World Bank. So this is the update for you also. And we are also having a project with the UK Met Office for impact cannot, the farmer should know that what is going to happen in the next year season, in Rabi season or Kharif season. So this is the limitation for seasonal forecast, that we cannot go beyond so far. As much as you increase the lead time of the forecast, the accuracy becomes tough. So I would suggest that the capacity of the end users of the forecast, like different departments, policymakers, and farmers, their capacity to understand that forecast should also be increased. And they should learn that how to plan it, while we having the uncertainty. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Abdul Sah, for providing the closing remarks. Now I will say the final word to Dr. Juan Carlos.
Yes, Dr. Mohsin, and also excuse me for the very uncomfortable position. No, I think from here I'm fine. Thank you very much. I hope, colleagues, that you also found the event and the session as interesting as I did. I think we have learned much. Key core messages, I think I can only recall what my colleague just mentioned. I think one of the messages is something that our Director General, Dr. Mark Smith, has been repeating over and over throughout the years, that the climate crisis is also a water crisis. So therefore, the adaptation and the mitigation actions should also be linked to the sector. I think we cannot decouple the two. And also understanding that the impacts that we're feeling and that we are already facing, heat stress, water security, food security, floods, all of them, aside from the technical and data perspective, they have a human dimension. They have a social equity and a social justice dimension. So we have to keep that in mind as we speak of all of those things and don't fall in the technocrat trap. The other thing that I would like to rescue from the event is that we have some to-do lists, or we have some pending issues. One of them, I think, was discussed in terms of harmonizing and organizing data. I think that that's a very valid point, not only for Pakistan, but for many of the countries where we work. And the second one is the last discussion on focusing on climate-smart solutions. Some of them, they are also called nature-based or EBA solutions, but those ones that actually hit on mitigation and adaptation measures. So with that, I have only left to invite you to our second session, which will be dealing with issues of groundwater. We hope to see you there as well. We're going to continue this debate and this discussion and this journey on climate change, but now focusing also on aspects of groundwater. So the invitation is for all of you to join. And before we close, I would like to thank our online participants for being with us and for their inputs. Of course, to thank as well the two keynote speakers that have made a very important effort to be with us as well. And of course, our panelists, thank you very much. Our esteemed moderator, who has done a fantastic job, and of course the organizers. Thank you very much, and thank you all for being here with us. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, groundwater, before we talk, I would like to invite all the panelists, and then I will just highlight the issue, and then we try to ask the question. So in this technical session, we will be listening to keynote speeches, followed by discussion from the panelists, where you will have chance to interact with those panelists. You can ask questions to the panelists and also the keynote speakers. I will try to provide chance to all of you. First of all, I would like to invite Dr. Carlos to you. He is the theme leader of the thematic session 1, and he is one of the renowned professional working for IMI, Pakistan. Then Dr. Shafqat Ijaz, who is a professor at the NED University, Karachi. He has I think, more than 3 decades of experience working in the research and academia as well, and he's one of the leading groundwater expert in Pakistan. So, Dr. Shafqat Ijaz.
Which is very difficult to discuss in Pakistani media, is problem for the climate, and especially the destruction and the losses which we have seen in northern areas, Gilgit-Baltistan. Those problems were due to the blasting of the lakes. The most important thing which I noticed in all 4 provinces was that the human population but they encroached the natural waterways of different rivers and lakes and canals. And the river took revenge. Again, this is what I was told by an old man in Kalam. He was standing on the river, on the bank of the river Swat, and he was telling me, this hotel, this building, all these buildings were constructed right in the middle of the Swat river, not bank, inside the river. And the old man with a long beard was telling me, Darya ne intikam le liya. The river took revenge. So you see, मुझे शोरजुरी आ गई. ये कितनी बड़ी बात कर दी इसने. So it was a learning for me, especially the famous Moonlight Hotel, the Honeymoon Hotel. Sorry, New Honeymoon Hotel. I was standing on the debris of that hotel, and the local people were making confessional statements. Even the people who were working in the hotel, they said, yes, this hotel was destroyed in 2010 floods, and it was reconstructed again after a few years. And then the local administration, they also confessed that the local authorities, they gave permission to reconstruct the hotel inside the river area after getting some money, bribe, corruption. The same thing happened in South Punjab, in Rajapur area, where there was a lot of encroachment in river Indus. Then I saw the same thing in many areas of Sindh province in river Indus. And it's not the river. Some lakes, very old lakes, hundreds of years old lakes, like I can give you the example of Pran. It's not lake, it's a small canal, Pran Canal. So Pran Canal was the victim of encroachments. After the 2010 flood, the Sindh government made a legislation. They passed an ordinance, and then it was made an act, a law of the assembly in 2010 against these kind of encroachments in the waterways. But it was not implemented. So I noticed that this Pran Nadi, Pran Canal, when the water was coming, the flood water was coming, so there was a lot of encroachment inside the Pran Canal, and the water destroyed the houses and some villages and other areas. So there are 3 things. I think that why this recent flood created a lot of destruction and devastation in Pakistan, melting of glaciers, deforestation, and encroachment inside the river. These are the 3 things which I think encroachment is related to the water management. And then when you talk to the old people, to the villagers, they will also tell you that before 1960, before the Indus Water Treaty, there was less disruption during the flood season on the monsoon season. So I think that the Indus Water Treaty is also a problem because I don't know what is the reason, but this is the view which I gathered from the victims, the flood victims, from the old people. And we need to make some policy. There is policy. There is a water policy, but it is not implemented. So these are some of my observations and my experience, which I learned during my recent coverage of the floods, and that's why I wrote 2 more columns in Washington Post on these issues. But unfortunately, the Pakistani media is still not paying proper attention to this a very important issue. So the people like Salim Bukhari Sahab, they can speak on more because he has been editor of various important newspapers. He can tell us that how the management manipulate the headlines and the other stories. Because even today, after the loss of thousands of people, climate change is not a front page story in most of our newspapers. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mirza. This is excellent. I feel that people may have queries, but since you have to leave, so it's perfectly fine. And if there are any queries, we'll forward those to you, and we'll request you to respond back to us later onwards. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so I will now request, since the plan was that Dr. Adil Azam Sahab will give the keynote remarks first, and then we'll start the discussion, but since Mir Sahab had to leave early, so we gave him the floor first. So I'll request Adil Azam Sahab to take a seat and give the keynote remarks.
Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to be here. Thank you, Abu Bakr, for organizing this. Thank you for roping me in because I was in town. But thank you especially because this has allowed me a chance to meet friends and mentors and people that I have had a lot of interaction with. Can I get the screen key? It probably needs to some technical stuff. Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to be here, and as I said, it gives me an opportunity to be with friends. Hamid Saab, of course, Hassan and I have had the opportunity to work in many ways, including as his writer, but most of all Salim Saab, who I haven't seen for a long time, who's probably known me the longest anyone here knows me, and has been my ustad since I was in the 9th grade. I used to write in a newspaper called The Muslim, and Salim Saab was one of my editors, so it's a great pleasure to be here. I'm going to take a few minutes to talk about the communication challenge in a slightly different way, and to seek the help of people in this room, especially the people on this panel. Because in some ways, I'll say this off the bat, I think Abu Bakr is very obsessed with the idea that it should be on the front page. But that's because he wants his byline on the front page. I don't care if it's on the front page or not. I care how we talk about it. I think if we start talking about it differently, and ye mera kasoor hai, experts ka, it will be on the front page. The way we talk about it now, it will never be on the front page and should not be on the front page. Right? So that's my big premise. Now let me take just a few minutes, and I'm sorry I'm a professor, so professor बेचारे अपने slide के बगैर बात नहीं कर सकते. I have 3 questions. I have 3 questions that I want to raise with you. I won't answer any of them. The question is not what climate scientists are telling you. The question is not what ME is telling you. I'm sorry. The question is not what I'm telling you. The question is what is the climate telling us. Okay. If we listen to the climate, then the story Hamid Saab was talking about is a story. And in many ways, we do not, we meaning scientists here, not just the media, focuses on the secondary story rather than the real story of what the climate is telling us. That's the question I have one. The second is, this is some work I've been doing the last many months, which is why I've been in Pakistan much more than usual.
how is what I call a living index a barometer of Pakistan's climate? Which is, and I'll talk about this in a minute, we talk about emissions, right? Carbon. ना कार्बन मैंने कभी खाई है, ना मुझे पता है कि कैसी होती है, ना मैंने देखी है, ना मैं उसे छू सकता हूँ, right? Which doesn't mean it's not important, it's extremely important. But for a country like Pakistan where climate becomes an issue, especially the Indus, and I want to use just a few slides on why that is so, why that is the barometer. And again, this is not a water issue, this is not a climate issue, this is an perspective. Because Indus is home. Indus we understand. I think the reason we are having this conversation, one of the things that the flood has done is, not just the flood, a few things. Climate has suddenly become personal for Pakistanis. Actually much more than the US. Pakistan, there is really no climate denier. Lahore, smog, and if you are in Karachi, the heat wave is personal. That's no longer story. Right? But it's personal for the people. Flood is personal. Right? That's the living Indus thing I want to point about. I'll take just a few minutes. And the third question I want to raise is, what can Pakistan tell the world about living in what I have called in my writing the age of adaptation? We have been takers of climate policy कि किसी और का मसला भरे पेट का चोचला. We will adapt. We will talk to a Gora who will बताएगा what needs to be done about climate. We will come and then make the global agenda implement. I'm not trying to fight about it. I'm saying that is not the way that I will get excited about it. My issues are different when I'm in Islamabad than when I'm living in Boston. Unless someone, scientists, scholars, journalists, translates the climate into that question, it is not and should not be on the front. I've taken too much on that, but essentially I have a proposition which I want to share with you. My proposition, I hope people can look at the screen. The proposition essentially is that the onset of climate change has fundamentally changed climate policy and politics, and this is what the age of adaptation is. I'm sorry again, Professor wali baat kar raha hu, lekin mujhe koi aur baat aati nahi hai. What I mean by that is fundamentally change. ये जो अभी आप अगले हफ्ते अगर BBC खोलेंगे, if you look at CNN, there will be a lot of बंदर ऊपर नीचे जा रहा होगा. Conference हो रही है, ऐसे सब कुछ change हो जाएगा. आप भी story लिखेंगे, कुछ नहीं change होगा. But we're going to get into this festival of a lot of talk. And what I'm suggesting is that has fundamentally changed two things, not just in Pakistan, but multiple places. Victimhood is not going to cut it. Flood sirf hamari yahan nahi aaya. When there was a flood with us, there was a hurricane brewing up in Florida. There was rains happening in Vietnam. Fires had just finished in California, in Australia. There was a heat wave right before that in Europe. There was drought in California. So ye rona peetna jo hamare sath bada bura ho gaya, that's the difference between a disaster and climate. Climate is not a disaster in that sense because it's the new reality. The usual way of disaster is something happens out of the ordinary suddenly. This was out of the ordinary, but there was nothing sudden about it. So fundamental change in policy, meaning what do we have to do? And in politics, what the ladai is going to be. The ladai is going to be between the big countries, which have emissions, the smaller countries, which have impacts. In some ways, this notion that this is a common problem is about to change at the global level. I think we are already seeing this in the last two COPs. We'll see it more. And that is the matlab of this age of adaptation. When Pakistan aata hai, meri Angrezi Urdu khud hi mil jati hai. So if that is the case, I won't go into this because this is not the place. But again, as communicators, you've probably heard of this. You've written about this. कि Paris make agreement. That agreement had essentially two numbers, neither of which are binding. One of what was this big number called 100 billion. This is no longer a big number. Pehli baat ye, it never showed up, and there is no danger of this money ever coming. This will be the 27th meeting. Every meeting promises money. It never shows up. The real issue of showing it to this room is This number in Paris, I happened to be there at that time. When it was thrown, the idea was it's a very big number. Suddenly it's a very small number. So 100 million लगता बहुत बड़ा है. हमें पाकिस्तान में और भी बड़ा लगता है कि हम 40 million वाली बात करते हैं अमूमन. But what this number means is that the estimate of the loss of the Pakistan climate-induced flood is now already upwards of 42 billion. Right? So अगर ये सारा आ भी जाए, the cost of climate change will always be paid in every country by the poorest. It's not going to be paid by government. It's not going to be paid by the international community. मेरा घर जब गिरता है flood में, I send my family to मेरा फूफे के पास जिसके flood नहीं आया. I take my animals, put them on my roof. When the flood water goes down, I sell my animals, I sell the whatever saving I had for my beti's shadi, and I pump that into rebuilding क्योंकि घर तो करना है. It's like बीमारी. And therefore, in 2 years, nearly certainly what we will see is a rise in the GDP, because all this money would have been spent. Like it's negative spending, but the GDP will register it as spending up. Hर disaster के बाद 2 साल देख लें, GDP will go up and we'll think it is. The second number that is usually talked about is this number called 1.5. Won't go into it. लेकिन इस वक्त there is no possible scientific path that I know of this number being met. This is what the science, the IPCC on which I served, is saying is kind of that red line after which things become really bad. Right? There is no scientific, I hope I'm wrong, I'll give anything to be wrong on this. There is no scientific. I wanted to say is, before I go to today, I want to come to 2020. 2020 sabko yaad hai. 2020 mein the big thing was this thing called COVID, right? लेकिन सबसे बड़ी जो बीमारी आई थी 2020 में वो Zoom. COVID से ज़्यादा बड़ी बीमारी है. But the only good thing out of that was the background. But that's not what I'm putting.
April 3rd, May 4th.
Right? Now, you keep going on. This is going to stop at 2016. I can take it further. It starts nearly touching that line. Touching that line doesn't mean that we've reached there because it has to be there consistently. Now you are saying that Professor Saab baat hai theek hai, lekin I don't live on the globe. I live in a place on the globe. So find the place on the globe. On this graph, what I've done is I've put the same numbers for every place for which we have temperature ever since. The news is not कि कुछ बुरा होने वाला है. The news is कि हो गया है. Right? So again, we are 1972, 1979, 1982. You can look at whatever parts of the world, and once you see that, you also see in that picture this thing that everyone starts talking about, which is called climate justice. Right? So it is global. Lekin what has really happened with the floods in Pakistan, and I'm going to wrap up in just a few minutes, is that the global has become local. Fundamental change hui. And that is going to give us a more volatile global politics, and that has given us a different way of looking at policy. I've been working on this policy. The cabinet approved it last month, whatever that means. Not simply from carbon, but from the industry. Start with where people live, right? And if you do nothing else, at least listen to the Indus, right? If you listen, what might the Indus say, right? That was the sort of question. Let me just put, agar aapki ijazat ho, I hope the sound comes. I just wanted to give that, and I'll use one more slide before I shut up. Okay, if you do listen to the Indus, the idea is, if you do listen to the Indus, what might the Indus say to you, right? And I will skip this slide because this is what we are trying to do. Then you have to look at the Indus from the delta down to, from the source to the delta. Abhi Hamid Sahab was saying something which was actually very profound. ये एक दरिया नहीं है. जब ये दरिया सिंध में जाता है ना, तो ये बांसुरी वाला दरिया, because it's a plain. The pictures you see is of village after village inundated, and the rhythm is बांसुरी वाला rhythm. जब ये दरिया स्वात में होता है, it is Maula Jat. Right? That is why that honeymoon hotel. Right? This is a simple physics ka rule hai. Right? It's the velocity. That is why this river that has given us so much, we need to think of it as an ecosystem. That's why we are talking about basin. I've said, I'm sorry, ek aakhri wali slide, ye wali nahi akhri, then I. But what would if we right? Our issue is the impacts at this point. Do the mitigation. I'm not saying don't do it, but start with the lives of people. If the Indus could speak. First challenge is a civilizational challenge. For 5,000 years, depending on who you read, for 7,000 years, our civilization has been based on the Indus. हमारे साथ में एक मुल्क है जिसका नाम इंडस से आया है. उसका एक रिलीजन है, वो यहाँ भी का नाम इंडस से आया है. विदाउट इंडस आर लव स्टोरीज आरंट लव स्टोरीज. वो जो घड़ा लेके गई थी, मेरे ख्याल में पानी इसीलिए चढ़ा हुआ था उसमें. आधे नूरजहान के गाने जो हैं सानू नहरलाले पुल से बुला के रह जाते हैं विदाउट द इंडस. आई एम नॉट ट्राइंग टू बी फनी हियर. आई एम सेइंग इट इज द कल्चरल खमीर ऑफ हु वी आर. The question is the following: the river that has given us civilization for 5,000 years, our agriculture on bad soil happens because the floods come and bring better soil, replenish karte rehte hain, because the water comes. The question is, can we sustain it for another 100? Right? That's the challenge. It is not simply a civilizational challenge; it is a demographic challenge. 90% of Pakistanis live on the Indus Basin. आप उसको कैलकुलेट करके थोड़ा कम कर लें, ज़्यादा कर लें. Nearly 90% of Pakistanis live on the Indus Basin. 9 out of your top 9 cities, 9 out of your 10 top cities are within 30 kilometers of the Indus. The only exception is Quetta. Right? आपकी जो economy है, it's an economic challenge. 85% of your economy is in one way or the other based on the Indus Basin. Again, मैं river की बात नहीं, basin की बात कर रहा हूँ. Right? That's the link to climate. That's the desiness of the climate agenda that we need to build around Indus. It is an ecological challenge. It is an existential challenge. In some ways, we exist because of two great natural forces. One is the Himalayas, one is the monsoon. Either of them changes, and both of them are now in danger of changing because of melt and because of monsoon change. And जो आपके मुल्क का thermostat है, that changes. Right? When you talk about climate as why it happens, it is because of carbon. When you talk about climate and what happens because of it, it is mostly about water. Think about what happens when climate changes. Water rises, sea level rise. What happens when climate changes? Water disappears, drought. What happens when climate changes? Water melts, glaciers. What happens when climate changes? Water falls from the sky like no one's business. Extreme events. Right? Let me just end there, but the thought that I want to leave with you is कि sorry ये वाला अगर इंडस हमें कह रहा होता तो I think वो ये कहता कि पुत्र फिक्र न कर, I am fine, I am not in trouble. मैं तुमसे पहले भी इधर था, मैं तुम्हारे बाद भी इधर रहूंगा, मसला तुम्हारा है. Right? It is not about us saving the Indus, it is about letting the Indus sustain us. And that to me is the communication challenge that is not just a journalist challenge. It is a communication challenge for developing countries that we need to make these issues ours. by making them relate to the lives of people of Pakistan. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Naim sir. Excellent. And the Indus River in Tibetan language is known as the Lion River. So there should be some reason behind it, and that we are witnessing nowadays. So yes. So we'll move forward, and we have a virtual panelist with us. So with your permission, sir, we'll request Dr. David Dunkley Gyama. He's senior lecturer at the School of Journalism, Media and Culture at Cardiff University. I'll request if Dr. David Dunkley Gyama could come in. He's not online at the moment. Was he online before?
But he's not on now.
Okay. So it seems he's not around. So we'll give the floor to Salim Bukhari Sahab for his perspective. The question that I will ask from you, sir, is, one second, let me open it. It's regarding how our national media, especially print and electronic media, can educate general public and farmers regarding water conservation. How can it lead to better reporters for, how can it lead to better policy making? Thank you.
Across the world. I think he's sitting as an editor of the newspaper. I had, as a reporter, I have been reporting rain, floods. Unfortunately, we are a nation which only wakes up when there is something that is the problem. That has been the attitude. We need to, first of all, as a media person, I would say the theme that workshop has today, adaptation and mitigation. I, as a media person, have no media tools available to me that I can go through my start covering events skillfully and but unfortunately, the major area where we report every year, I am told by the meteorological department that this period the rain will be normal, abnormal. What will happen? I mean, take the example. There was no advance information to the media or to the people. This time you are going to suffer more and more. That was the first, I think this is the first thing. We try and educate and convince our voters, I'm one of my voters, that this is an area which is important, which has a vital national importance that we try and educate people how to behave. As Ahmadin was telling me, he has covered the flood. While visiting all those areas, remote areas, how many people have done it? How many newspapers have focused on these floods? How many TV channels are there? This was one odd example. Just reporting on the surface of whatever is available is not covering an event. So I think I will request those who are experts in this field to educate us first how to approach this kind of a devastation when it takes place, and how to educate our policymakers to anticipate this kind of a devastation can happen. Like Adil just said, the theme, living in this. Right? It says so much. I wish that this is available to me to show on our channels. My group has 6 channels. which 5 of them are regional channels. So we can reach out to the people. Second, I think there's a need to send the message into local languages also so that they can understand. Otherwise, if you show them documentary in English, they will hardly get anything. So local language message will have greater effect on people. As far as our government is concerned, I don't think it falls into the top category of their policy making. I mean, as I said, we wake up only when there is something hits our heads and we start bleeding. So I think there's a dire need that we educate the policymakers first, and then they should reach out to the media to help them in implementation of their policies. I think this has to be done sooner than anything else. So as far as media, both print and electronic media is concerned, I think there is a realization that we should do more, we can do more, provided we are fed with that kind of material tools that we can reach out to the people. But I don't think it's going to happen tomorrow. But you see that Mao said, if you have to travel 1,000 miles, what is important is the first step. So I think it's about time, having gone through this devastation and sufferings of these recent floods and everything, we need to stand up today and do it for tomorrow. Because if we don't do anything for tomorrow, then this nation will go nowhere. So I am willing, I am ready, and I think all my colleagues sitting at the head of these media institutions will be more than willing to do anything that needs to be done using these media channels.
Thank you so much, Bukhari sir, for your feedback. You very rightly said that the media needs to be educated in the first place. And what my experience is that whosoever I approach to with a message that, we need to work on a particular aspect, we need to sensitize media, and we need to take journalists on a field trip, to highlight climate-induced migration. And we once went to Darkot Valley, it's at the border of Wakhan corridor,
Every time you reached us,
Yes, you never said no. You never said no. And I feel, and people like yourself, Zaidi Saab, they have always been welcoming. And we feel that, it's just a matter of reaching out to the right people with the right messaging so that, we can help to take the message forward. I will now request our next panelist, Saman Iqbal Khan, correspondent at the Voice of America Urdu Service, for her perspective. She would like to touch on a different question, which I will read it out for everyone. In a second. So it's question number 2. Reporting on water issues in Pakistan is more even specific, especially when a disaster strikes. There is less in-depth reporting of water-related challenges. What are the hurdles in reporting on water-related issues and how they can be addressed, including gender issues? Over to you, Simon.
Assalamu alaikum and hello everyone, and thank you so much Abu Bakr and the team for inviting me here. I'm much obliged and honored. So in answer to your question, I must say that reporting on water related issues never been a issue. Like whenever when a disaster or natural calamity strikes, we always report on water-related issues because TV always needs a ground to relate a serious issue with a recent activity. The issue raised when you asked your editor that you want to do a in-depth reporting on a water-related issue. Sorry. So if you asked your editor that you want to work on an in-depth story on water-related issue when there is no floods, no campaigns, and no complaints, respectively, from NGOs or from masses, then they ask why you want to do reporting on that issue, why you are interested in such issue, is there any specific day is about to come. So we always, as a reporter, we always face that kind of questions from our editors. But now as I work for Voice of America and we have very clear policy about climate change, so I never faced any arrogance from my editors. They always are very welcoming about any issues. But as if I talk about back in 2008 when I have started my career, then there wasn't concept of climate change reporting at that time. But now I would like to say thanks to international or national organizations who always organized such kind of events, conferences, trainings for reporters. So now our reporters, we have very few reporters who have their interest to cover climate change or did work on environment or maybe they just like me, I do cover climate change, environment, food insecurity, water scarcity, agriculture, or anything relevant. So now reporters have interest in climate change reporting, but still there is a need to be sensitized more about these kind of issues.
Thank you. And would you like to share your experience when you went to Skardu a few weeks back? And yeah, so what were the issues and how did you report and what was the feedback that you received when they were published?
So, recently I won a grant from EC Mode and Greater Rendell to report on climate change. So I choose Gilgit-Baltistan to highlight their issues. And I was supposed to cover only one report, which I pitched to my editors that I want to work on climate change and their impact on the human settlement, like why are people are forced to do migration because of the climate change. But to my surprise, when I went there, people are too much excited and too much concerned about their issues that they personally reached me out, like when they get to know that they're as Voice of America's team in their town. So they personally reached me out and they said that we have water quality issues, we have glacier lake outburst issues. So we want you to come to our places to cover our issues. So then I called to my editors that I have got many other stories too. So they okay to all these ideas. And to my editor's surprise, and I have got 9 stories from there, and they all are about like climate change, water scarcity, and like we as a journalist or as a tourist, whenever we get a chance to visit Gilgit-Baltistan or any northern areas, we always see a river, like Indus rivers flowing there, and but they have too many problems about water problems. And I have finished my trip, just want to share an experience. And I thought like I have only 2 days remaining, so I want to go to Deosai plains to visit. But the hotel management, they asked that one person is waiting since morning for you, that he wants to say something to you. The person named Isa Khan, he came to us and he said that we lived in Satpara Lake and we have too many issues over there, and the flood affected them in 2017 and still they are looking for some help. So I said no, I have just finished my wrapped my work, so I don't I can't do your story next time. Then he said no, please don't say this, do come with us. And then I skipped my tour and then I went with him. So people want their voice to be out from the mountains, and they want their voice to be listened through media. So yes.
Thank you so much. That's very informative. I'll now we'll move to the next panelist now, Mr. Hassan Zaidi Sahab. He's the editor of magazines at Dawn, and I had the privilege to work with him as I was freelancing for Dawn, and I used to pitch ideas for different environmental issues, and he was kind enough to accept them. And we did some great work, especially on the coal story. That is one story I take pride in, that it really created and ignited a discussion. and he kindly gave me 2 full pages from his Dawn magazine for that. So my question from you, sir, is that though Najm Saab has touched it, that is climate change a front page story? How would you like to respond to it?
Yeah, I'm going to actually combine a bit of what Bukhari Saab has said, what Adil Najm has said, and what Mir also said. And, so first of all, obviously it's become a front page story because of the kind of floods we had. So automatically वो बन जाता है. Then what does that tell us? So it tells us that journalism or actually storytelling is all about drama. So the element of drama has to be there for something, whether it goes on the 3rd page or the 1st page. If if the editor thinks that it's a interesting enough human story, they will put it on the front page. So, and it has been put on the front page after these floods. But the problem here is actually something different. Like with that famous story about the frog, right? कि आप उसको ठंडे पानी में डाल के नीचे से चूल्हा ऑन कर दे, and वो उसको पता ही नहीं चलेगा कि मतलब वो उबल के मर जाएगा वो, लेकिन आप उबलते हुए पानी में डालेंगे तो वो एकदम बाहर निकल आएगा. तो हमारा मसला ये भी है कि क्लाइमेट को विजुअलाइज करना कि ये क्या चेंज का मतलब क्या है. व्हेन यू से कि जी 100 साल बाद 2 डिग्री बढ़ जाएगा या 1.5 डिग्री बढ़ जाएगा, उससे क्या फर्क पड़ेगा, वो लोगों के जहन में एक तो 100 साल सीम्स टू फार अवे, मतलब हमारे बच्चों के बच्चे कौन उसको देखेगा. तो एक तो ये मसला है कि हमारे वी कांट विजुअलाइज. The other problem is I remember in the 90s when there was an organization called League, which I was part of. We went through 2 years of training with environment and development sort of issues, और इतना ज़्यादा मवाद होता था, इतना ज़्यादा उसके अंदर information होती थी कि that actually was overwhelming sometimes even for the people in it. तो उस वक्त वो, I think the argument was कि we are accessing some journalists so that they were able to influence those organizations so they become more sensitized to these issues. अब वो शायद हो गया है, मतलब there are enough people who understand, and because it's become a global debate, people know at least कि अच्छा हाँ climate change, but how to make it real, as Adil was saying, about how to make it real for people, right? How to कि आपको ये water scarcity, disasters, etc., drought. What will this actually mean for people on the ground? That, I think, part of what you were saying also, कि it has to be, that is the challenge of the communication. But I think you can, there's a lot of stuff that we can still do, but part of the problem, the other part of the problem is, again, what you were talking about, is the way that we talk about it. I think I'm pretty well versed in what's happening in terms of these things, but I still can't get my head around when people say COP26, COP27, मुझे तो वहीं पर बंद हो जाता है मेरा दिमाग, हाँ? Because what people end up doing is reporting becomes कि जी वो meeting हो रही है वहाँ पर यूरोप में, उस meeting में क्या हुआ है? Now it's a very technical meeting, उसमें कि ये हो रहा है, जो पढ़ने वाला है उसका कोई उससे relation नहीं है. Why would they be interested in like for example जब आपकी वो होता है कि okay जंग हुई और उसके आप फुटेज दिखा रहे हैं और दूसरी तरफ आपके वो मीटिंग उनकी नेगोशिएशन चल रही है वो दिखा रहे हैं. I mean, would you think which one would become more popular in terms of television at least, right? तो वो being able to understand that part of the problem is that because, and it's also because of NGOs and whatever, that they have taken over the agenda of reporting. So reporters are reporting not for people, but for the NGOs. And that is a killer in any medium, whether it's television or print. I keep telling people in my staff, I was talking about print media, and I go, why does anyone read anything? कोई भी चीज़ क्यों पढ़ता है कोई? मैंने कहा एक चीज़ है कि उसमें कोई नई चीज़ हो,
on communication, it's all
नई
these
information
journal.
हो, investigative कोई चीज़ हो. दूसरा ये है कि information बेशक पुरानी हो, लेकिन उसका perspective नया हो, उसको देखने का तरीका नया हो. और तीसरा ये है कि वो इतनी अच्छी लिखी हुई हो कि वैसे ही आपको मजा आ रहा हो पढ़ने में ना. मैंने कहा इसके अलावा मुझे तो नहीं, as a reader, I don't understand why anyone would read anything else. So when we write about climate change or the environment, we have to get beyond the cliches and the stereotypes, especially jargon words. कि मैं तो हमेशा तो कहता हूँ कि कोई jargon word ना इस्तेमाल करें, because immediately reader switches off. And so try and humanize the story. Okay, how is this? Because people like stories. People like reading about. Even जो floods के जो हामिद मीर जा रहे थे, why was it actually? People watched it because आपको नजर आ रहा है कि वो बंदा वहाँ पर पानी के बीच में घिरा हुआ क्या बात कर रहा है, etc. All of that matters. So and जो आप बुखारी साहब कह रहे थे कि in terms of थोड़ा सा maybe somewhere what they can do in terms of institutions or NGOs is that media is under a lot of pressure in terms of finances. So often ये भी हो रहा होता है, आजकल तो ये भी हो रहा है, मैं सुन रहा हूँ कि वो reporters कह रहे हैं कि जी Zoom पे कर लें क्योंकि हमारे पास पैसे नहीं है, वहाँ तक पेट्रोल के पैसे नहीं है. So where when people have to go out into the field and report properly, maybe there can be some sort of what are the words? Not, I don't use the word funds, but like resources. But मतलब कि वो होता है कि मतलब दुनिया भर में ये होते हैं कि independent reporters के लिए भी होते हैं and उनके लिए भी. So create those things which make it, मतलब it becomes really difficult for otherwise you're stuck with whatever you have.
Yeah, that's a very valid point. I remember once I went to Gilgit-Baltistan to cover Glacier Lake outburst floods. I did it for Dawn website. The visit costed me around 50,000 and the check I received was for 5,000. But it's okay that the website pays this amount. So it's all right. लेकिन ये कि if any journalist wants to do it investigatively, so no one would be able to pay from their own pocket. So that's a challenge. And you have raised a very important point. It's emerging, but the question would be how to address it on reporting for NGOs. I exactly know what you mean, because there are a few journalists in our country who may be reporting for the NGOs to highlight their work, not highlighting the issue at large. And it is kind of going unnoticed. And it's okay that, the mainstream media is also fine with it. Their work gets published in the BBC, and occasionally it used to get published in Dawn and in other publications. So how do we make sure that this kind of narrative doesn't come into the mainstream media, and instead the real climate change issues, they get published?
I think I've kind of covered it in terms of, देखिए वो जो कर रहे हैं वो तो अपने लिए कर रहे हैं, it doesn't matter. The point is कि how do you get mainstream media to have more stories? You see, when a flood comes or when an earthquake happens, there are obviously very dramatic stories, right? जब वो सब कुछ खत्म हो जाता है, that is the real challenge. कि when you don't have that kind of drama, how to explain that there is still a drama going on. कि मतलब if हम ये कह रहे थे कि वो planning की बात, I mean यहाँ तो ये monsoon, nobody even, सबको पता था कि भाई ये हो सकता है, but the scale of it was actually not planned. I mean NDMA actually had disaster management वो जो उनके होते हैं plans से, except that they were completely out of scale उनका बिल्कुल गलत था, because they didn't expect it. तो अब आप यहाँ तो मतलब कोई चीज़ आगे प्लान हम करें भी तो क्या करें, तो वो इशू है कि आप how do you communicate कि जी ये possibility है. अभी मैं sorry, it's not related to climate in some ways, but I mean I went recently to Balakot, through Balakot, and I was horrified because I was one of the people who turned up, I think the second day after the big earthquake, और वो सब फ्लैटन हुआ था, और उसके बाद इतना हुआ कि जी ये सारा रेड एरिया, रेड जोन हो गया, और अब वो वहाँ न्यू बालाकोट बनेगा. I went to see the new Balakot, कुछ भी नहीं है वहाँ, and वो वही जगह जहाँ पर सारी पहले हुआ था कंस्ट्रक्ट, एग्जैक्टली वहीं पर अब कंस्ट्रक्ट हो गया है। अब मुझे उसको देख के हॉल आ रहा था, मैंने कहा कि अगर दोबारा खुदा ना खास्ता फिर कुछ हुआ, दिस विल फॉल अगेन द सेम वे, और फिर हम रो रहे होंगे कि इतने लोग मर गए और ये हो गया वो गया। बट या तो हम सीखते नहीं है, क्या है मतलब हमारे लिए क्या, एमनीजिया इज सो लाइक द मेमोरी इज सो शॉर्ट कि अभी तो मतलब 15 साल 17 साल हुए इस बात को, तो हम जो पुरानी 60s में क्या हुआ था और वो 80s में क्या हुआ था, दे सब कुछ भूल जाते हैं. हाउ डू यू मेक पीपल रियलाइज, मतलब अगेन वो जो 2010 के फ्लड्स का था, ऑल ऑफ दिस वाज पॉइंटेड आउट कि जी ये राइट ऑफ वे में पानी के रास्ते में बना दिए इन्होंने होटल्स, और वही चीज फिर दोबारा बन गई. सो इट्स नॉट इवन, मतलब करप्शन भी है, बट इट्स एक्चुअली द लैक ऑफ, मतलब कोई बोलता है ना चलाओ काम सारा, कोई डजंट मैटर ना, जब वो होगा तो देखा जाएगा. So that is the challenge in my opinion.
That's very on spot, because it seems that implementation is lacking, which you have pointed out, Jazzy Saab, Adil Ajam Saab, Hamid Mir Saab. And even there is some recognition at the senior level that by the government that we need to ensure that bylaws are ensured. But let's see what happens in the coming few months and years, because this is a recurring thing in KP at least. It's happening, and nothing is stopping them from doing it. Yes. The point regarding that, Bukhari Sahab, I feel that Hamza Shahbaz wanted to do it. He received criticism. He dropped the idea. But when Khan Sahab got this idea into his head, he was adamant that we need this society to clean the river Ravi. I mean, for God's sake, we don't need a housing colony to clean the polluted river Ravi. We can do this if we want to. So I feel that I don't know what Rafi Alam has secured a stay on it very recently. It's been a week or so. So we hope and pray. They are blocked. It's very unfortunate. Ji. So let's move forward. We'll give space to our last panelist, the last but not the least, Mr. Furqan Rao from the APP. He's currently also doing his PhD from. You have done your PhD, China.
We are very happy that Professor Adil Ajam Saab is also here. We are following him on Twitter. So let's come to the topic.
Okay.
As rightly mentioned by. As rightly mentioned by Professor Adil Ajam, that we just want the climate story should be on the front page. The problem is that how we can sustain the climate issue in our media. For that, I think we need to collaborate. I have a few suggestions about this, which I will mention here, because the rest of the things we have already covered. In my opinion, the Ministry of Climate Change and the Ministry of Information, with collaboration of the press clubs, Pakistan Federal Union of Journalists, and other media forums, including they should also engage to our editors, director news, and the bureau chiefs, that make a mechanism to create awareness about the climate change in Pakistan. Because our media's prime focus is covered to the political affairs, or the financial crisis, or any crisis, just like the now flood hit. So we always see there is a destruction. But media is not talking about what are the root cause of this climate change effects. They are just showing because they are getting rating. So we, as our senior is here, as an editor, they should also give some space continuously to the media, to the reporters, to find news stories on the climate issue. The second thing, the role of the academia is also very much important. The journalism departments, in my view, they should introduce a subject related to the climate reporting, as they are teaching to the investigative reporting and but sorry to say, not the business reporting so far. So they should play their role to educate the students from the university level about the impacts of the climate change, and they can teach when they will be having a special subject related to the climate change reporting. And thirdly, the Pakistan Electronic Media Regulatory Authority, in my view, when the TV channels gets licensed, they are bound that they have to show some percentage to cover the social issues. But the problem is our public now is only absorbing the political issues rather than the social issues. For example, we covered the health issues when Corona hit Pakistan and all over the world. Similarly, the flood hit Pakistan, so we just try to talk about the climate change issues. The last thing, the political leadership and the role of the parliament is very much important. They should also speak about the climate change impact, its root cause, and how we can tackle this issue, because they are the legislature and they can collaborate with the policymakers and then they can frame a good policy. And I have a last thing which I will discuss. International organizations, according to the journalists, because I'm a journalist, I have been the Secretary Finance of the Rawalpindi Islamabad Union of Journalists. They think that the NGOs, as you mentioned, and the international organizations, they are getting funding to train the journalists about the climate change or the environmental issues, but they are not properly being trained. Even the trainers are also from the social sciences, they are not from the environmental sciences, because scientists can teach in a better way. And I will also suggest that just like in the Ministry of Science and Technology, PCRWR, and other things, they should hire spokesperson who have a background of science. Besides, he knows about the media things, because we belong to the social sciences. We cannot go in the depth of the issue. So, and the third thing, our journalists lacks of the technology and the financial resources. So the institutions like IW, MI, and the other institutes and the Pakistan's climate ministry, they should also equip at least the beat reporters with the good technology and the updated data, which, sorry to say, unfortunately, right now we don't have. And the last thing, which I have a question from Professor Adil Najim sir, because he's here, in my mind it's striking. You talk about the smoke in Lahore, but on the other side, we are claiming that the coal power plants are producing energy and we have overcome the energy crisis. And in my view, which I have read, the coal plant, energy plant in Sahibabad, it's badly affecting the Lahore's climate and the other cities. Similarly, the Thermal power plant and the others. How do you see as a communication scholar? Because once we are talking about the climate change impact and we have to overcome. On the other side, in this era, we are getting energy from the coal. Why not the renewable energy and other things? Thank you.
Thank you. I feel that, as all the panelists have shared their perspectives, we can formally now move to the Q&A session, and we'll start with Adil Najim Sahab responding to Furqan Rao's question, if that's okay.
Sure, yeah, then I'd be very eager to also hear from the people who've been patiently waiting. Yeah, thank you for those very kind remarks. I think you are right. So, दोनों चीजें जो हैं, they have problems, but I'm not sure that they are totally related. So I think going for coal, मेरे ख्याल में coal पे जाना आजकल उस तरह है जिस तरह कोई कहे कि मैं iPhone के बजाय transition, it's a separate question, is कि आप leapfrog करें जिस तरह हमने cell phones के साथ किया. Right? The problem in many industrialized countries is dismantling coal, which you can't do fast enough. So that's a separate. Smog जो इसको हम कहते हैं, I don't think उसका primary reason वो है. वो भी हो सकता है ना. Abu Bakr has written a lot on both of these things, but particularly जो आपका fuel है, it's a refining issue. It's a solvable issue. वो जो आप स्टोरी का वो कह रहे थे ना कि पहले बताने का, मैं आपको भी बताता हूँ. So 2 महीने में स्टोरी है स्मॉग की लाहौर में. Right? People actually have to pay money. There is वो आपको खरीदना पड़ता है air purifier, right? Just calculate the market of how much that is. उसके 2 महीने बाद आप वो कर लें. उसके 5 महीने बाद आपकी स्टोरी शुरू हो जाएगी थर की, एक नई ड्राउट की, जब ये पानी नीचे जाएगा और नई डिजीज लाएगा. उसके 2 महीने बाद आपकी कराची की स्टोरी होगी और ये तो आपका एक रेगुलर कैलेंडर बन गया ना, इसमें तो अब कोई वो उसकी चीज नहीं है. बट इफ यू अलाउ मी वन थिंग, आई डू थिंक विद ऑल माय कॉलीग्स, मैं यू आर ऑल जर्नलिस्ट, एक जमाने में मैं छोटा सा होता था, टिटमुंजिया सा सलीम साहब के साथ और आपके वाले साहब के साथ मैं आप लोगों के साथ फिरा करता था या आपके दफ्तर में आ जाता. बट हियर्स माय क्वेश्चन, I do think that those who write about environment also have a responsibility. हमें भी अपनी स्टोरीज को बोरिंग बनाना कोई जरूरी नहीं है. And I don't think a किराए की story works. Whether it is for an NGO or for Tara or whatever, the reader will smell bad journalism even if the editor doesn't. Right? COP27. हम फिर enamored हो जाते हैं international institution है, problem हमारा. Why is no one, not only in Pakistan, anywhere in the world, why is no one in saying कि यार ये 27वें क्यों है? You know what 27 means? 27 means कि 28 साल, क्योंकि एक मिस हो गई थी, 28 साल से लगे हुए हैं to get an agreement and they haven't been able to. Right? Now that's a political story. As opposed to कि ये मीटिंग हुई, उसमें फलाना मिनिस्टर आया, उसके साथ मैंने तस्वीर खिंचवा ली, that is not a story. Right? I'll give you another story. अगर 1 सेकंड की इजाजत दें. सलीम साहब, tell me if this cuts the cake or not. मैं आपको आज ब्रेकिंग न्यूज देता हूँ कि एक गांव है नॉर्थ में पाकिस्तान के डिस्प्यूटेड रीजन में, और वो गांव कल डिस्ट्रॉय हो गया. दुश्मन आया और वो गांव अब गायब हो गया. इज दैट अ स्टोरी और नॉट? ये स्टोरी हुई थी और नहीं आई थी. स्टोरी का नाम है अताबाद. इस वक्त जो हम सारे अपने आपके फोनों पे वो खूबसूरत सी एक लेक की तस्वीर नहीं है जिसको अताबाद लेक कहते हैं, जाके हम इंस्टाग्राम को आते हैं. देयर वाज अ विलेज कॉल्ड अताबाद. Then there was no village called Atabad. There was a slide. Village गायब हो गया. Now, if the same thing had happened by an enemy, right? When I talk about environmental security, I say कि यार, how are those two separate stories? Now, that I don't think is an editor's fault. That is where I think the environmental journalist, the victim इतना भी नहीं ना, ठीक है, resources नहीं, लेकिन that is then there is a story. So I do think there are these things. So sorry for taking long.
Ji, that's very valid. If you okay, so Cheema Sahab, you like to please.
जी, डॉक्टर अब्दुर्रहमान जी, मईमी से. थैंक यू फॉर वेरी इनलाइटनिंग डिस्कशन. तो जो पास में हो चुका. मेरा सवाल यह है कि अभी पाकिस्तान में इलेक्शन का टाइम आने वाला है. हम पहले भी इसकी बात करते हैं कि हम पॉलिटिक्स बाय पॉलिटिक्स में करें, बल्कि पॉलिटिक्स फॉर इश्यूज करें. तो इस बारे में यहाँ बहुत एमिनेंट लोग बैठे, लेकिन मैं चाहूँगा कि परहैप्स इन टर्म्स ऑफ एज सबसे सीनियर आप हैं. इस पे क्या रिफ्लेक्शन है कि फ्लड अभी जैसे हमने कहा ये ख़त्म हो जाएगा, फिर कोई और स्टोरी आ जाएगी. तो जो इलेक्शन स्लोगन्स हैं जो बहुत जगह से लोगों को फीड होंगे, अगर हम किसी तरह से क्लाइमेट चेंज को पाकिस्तान का, अल्लाह खैर रखे, हमारे पास तालीम का भी है, सेहत का भी इशू है, लेकिन ये एक बहुत बड़ा जिन है जिसके अंदर बहुत सारी चीज़ें बंद की जा सकती हैं. इसके क्या प्रॉस्पेक्ट्स हैं कि मीडिया किसी भी तरह से, और जैसे भी आदिल रहीम साहब ने कहा एक अखलाकी जिम्मेदारी भी है, इसका क्या पोटेंशियल है, किसको पिच किया जाए कि हम किसी तरह से वोट देने की एजुकेशन है, लोगों को गाइड करने की एजुकेशन है, कि हम उसको वोट करें, उसको लेके आए, उसका रंग गोरा हो काला, उसका किसी भी पार्टी से ताल्लुक हो, जो भी इन्होंने कहा कि इस दुश्मन से हमें निजात दिला सके. सम थॉट्स ऑन दैट. थैंक यू.
This time, fortunately, there was a lot of coverage of this especially. This is not the case for always. The context to express. Second thing is, media unfortunately, that there is not a single institute or an academy ever created by the government where journalists can be trained, where journalists can be proved, where journalists can be given refresher courses. So, whose responsibility is this? Then come down to the universities and the colleges. Where is this vital issue in the syllabus? Nowhere. Who will do it? Again, the government. Because all the VCs and the universities are there all doing that. Unfortunately, the government has done nothing. Whatever little you see in the media, how many universities went deep into the cell area and government delivered. That was his personal initiative, not even of the journalists. So you see, this is very unfortunate. Those who are responsible are doing nothing. This is a pastime story now. I mean, everybody, as I said, wants to know whether Khan Sahib is going to be disqualified or not, whether Nawaz Sharif is coming or not. Will Mariam come back with Nawaz Sharif and all the kind of political I don't want to use that term. Anyway, not that we don't want to do it. Honestly, I tell you, just mentioned, Irani is sitting here with a reporting company, this week, very enthusiastic. He wants to go beyond his limits. But you see, the institution has to sponsor him. A reporter alone cannot invest that kind of a thing on his own. Abu Bakr has been coming to me very often, ask him if I ever denied him the opportunity whether he can do anything. There is no dearth of space, there is no dearth of time on the television, provided there are not many people like him or not many institutions who are interested that these areas should be covered. Media will not disappoint you every time with this. There is editorial space, there is front page space available, provided we have the information which is authentic, which is to the point, which says something. As Adil says very rightly, unless there is a drama in a story, nobody will take it. So I think the government should rise to the occasion. So should the national media. I'm not saying that we are not responsible. I mean, I don't think if every editor thinks like this, these stories are front page stories. But if the stuff is available, I tell you the space and there can be no good.
सर मेरा इसमें क्वेश्चन भी है, कमेंट भी है कि सिर्फ जर्नलिस्ट ही नहीं इसको मेन स्ट्रीम करना चाहिए, बल्कि जो लिटरेचर से रिलेटेड लोग हैं वो ज़्यादा रोल प्ले कर सकते हैं. मिसाल के तौर पर हमारी फोक लोर्स में जो चीज़ें पहले थीं या जिस तरह से आदिल नजम साहब ने डिस्प्ले भी हुआ यहाँ पे एक फोक लोर का थोड़ा सा हिस्सा, इस तरह की आप नई इन्वेंट करनी पड़ेंगी कि जो इन्वायरमेंट के मुतालिका इश्यूज़ को भी टच करें. ये बिल्कुल नहीं, कहीं भी मुझे नज़र नहीं आया पिछले चंद सालों में जो लिटरेचर हमारे सामने आया है या वो कंटेंट जो टेलीविज़न पे भी एंटरटेनमेंट की सूरत में नज़र आता है, उनमें कहीं भी इन्वायरमेंट टॉपिक ही नहीं है. जब वो टॉपिक ही नहीं है तो फिर वो कैसे मेन स्ट्रीम होगा? मुझे तो नहीं लगता कि अभी हम और भी 10 साल लगे रहें तो सिर्फ जर्नलिज्म से हो पाएगा. दूसरा ये है कि पॉपुलेशन एक्सप्लोजन जो एक बड़ा इशू है उसको टच करना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि जब डिवीजन्स हुई हैं प्रॉपर्टीज़ की हमारे देही इलाकों में, तो वो जो रिवर बेड्स के ऊपर जिसके हिस्से में आई है उसने वहाँ पे बनाना ही बनाना है. तो बहुत सारी ज़मीनें इस तरह से भी हुई हैं. फिर वेटलैंड्स अगर आप 20 साल पीछे चले जाएं तो देयर वर हंड्रेड्स ऑफ वेटलैंड्स जो प्राइवेट प्रॉपर्टीज़ के ऊपर हुआ करती थी और वो चरागाहों के तौर पर हुआ करते थे. मैं अपने गाँव की ही बात करता हूँ. वो वेटलैंड अब ख़त्म हो चुकी, अब उसकी जगह ज़मीनें काश्त हो रही हैं. लेकिन पानी का एक नेचुरल कोर्स है, जब भी पानी वहाँ पे जमा होगा वो उस वेटलैंड पे जाएगा, वहाँ पे तबाही भी होगी और वो ख़राबियाँ होंगी. बिल्कुल उसी तरह जिस तरह लाहौर को आप देखते हैं कि वाटरवेज हैं, चाहे लक्ष्मी चौक के पास हो वाटरवे, वो पुराने कदीम दरिया के रास्ते हैं और वो रास्तों पे पानी आएगा एक बार. हमने बहुत सारी इंक्रोचमेंट इस तरह से भी की है, पॉपुलेशन को कंट्रोल नहीं किया, इस वजह से ये मसला ज़्यादा पेश आ रहा है. तीसरा सर ये कि मेन स्ट्रीमिंग करने के लिए ये कि सिर्फ जर्नलिस्ट का ना सिर्फ ट्रेंड होना ज़रूरी है इन्वायरमेंट के हवाले से, बल्कि फिर ये स्पेस का मिलना भी ज़रूरी है. शुरू में हम देखते थे, जियो की मिसाल लेते हैं, जियो लॉन्च हुआ तो एक पूरा एक सेगमेंट हुआ करता था जिसमें जियो टूरिज़्म भी हुआ करता था और उसके साथ साथ इस तरह के एनवायरनमेंट रिलेटेड इश्यूज भी होते थे और हमें स्पेस मिल जाती थी कुछ अपनी डेमोन्स्ट्रेट करने के लिए, या एक पैकेज चल जाता था, उसकी वजह से इनकरेजमेंट हुई। अब अगर हम रन डाउन देखते हैं न्यूज़ रूम में जो भी चीज़ बन रही होती तो उसमें तो कहीं स्पेस नहीं होती किसी एक स्टोरी की। आपको वो स्टोरी मिल जाएगी कि फलां जगह पे ये वाक़या हो गया है, ये एक्सीडेंट हो गया है, ये चीज़ हो गई। आपको ये पता नहीं चलेगा कि लाहौर के अंदर इस वक्त विजिबिलिटी जो है वो सगिया ब्रिज के पास बिल्कुल ना होने के बराबर होती है। मॉर्निंग में 7 बजे जाए आप गुजरना मुश्किल हो जाता है, कोई नहीं देख पाता। तो ये वो इश्यूज़ हैं कि जिनको कहीं ना कहीं हमने मिस आउट किया न्यूज़ रूम में बैठ के भी। यानी मेन हमारा काम ही था, जो न्यूज़ रूम के लोग थे वो नहीं कर पाए, और फिर आहिस्ता 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 उनकी जगह वो लोग आ गए, वो चीज़ें आ गई जो डेवलपमेंट या सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट के साथ जिनका ताल्लुक नहीं था। तो अगर मैं सम अप करूं इन सारी चीज़ों को, तो मुझे यूँ लगता है कि कहीं ना कहीं हमारा बिहेवियर भी इसमें मुतासर हो, कहीं एजुकेशन आड़े आ गई है, नहीं है उसमें, कहीं हमारा कल्चर के साथ रिलेशनशिप नहीं है कि हम नहीं देखना चाहते पुरानी चीज़ें, हम नई चीज़ें बनाना चाहते हैं। तो नई चीज़ें बनेंगी तो सीमेंट फैक्ट्री भी बनेगी, उसकी वो जो इमिशंस भी होंगी, सारी चीज़ें होंगी ना। फिर हम जब प्राइड फील करेंगे पुख्ता और बड़े बड़े विलाज में, तो फिर कैसे मुमकिन है कि वो पुराना माहौल हमारा रह पाएगा। तो हम खुद ही कहीं ना कहीं जिम्मेदार हैं, कहीं मैं हूँ, कहीं और है कोई मेरे जी।
देखिए गुजारिश ये आपने जैसा कहा, आई थिंक यूर मीडिया प्रैक्टिशनर, एक तो डिलेमा ये है कि मेरे एडिटर के पास अगर स्टोरी आ गई है और वो स्पेस ना पाए तो दैट इज समथिंग वेरी सीरियस। दूसरी ये है कि किसी ने दिए कुछ नहीं है तो वो स्पेस क्या करेगी, वहाँ चाहे जो पेज खाली हो। तीसरी बात ये है कि रिपोर्टर ऑन हिज ओन कैन नॉट रीच आउट टू दीज एरियाज, टॉक टू द पीपल, लाइक आदिल हैज गिवन very specific example of this Allahabad lake. Where is that village? Who used to live there? Where are they? Are they survivors? How many they are told, and everything is all blank. But what we'll do is now that we go there with motorboats and we have roving experience in that lake called Allahabad lake. So you see, it is initially the responsibility of the concerned reporter there. You don't have to send the person from Lahore. I mean, at least in Urdu language, anybody can report from there. Nobody has done that. This is very unfortunate. Second, the last but not the least is that yes, it has to be a combination of the reporter, editor, owner, and of course the client, without which this cannot happen in the government today. But I think it's too late already. We have no luxury of wasting another moment. We should rise to the occasion now. I give you another example. River industry, that he has mentioned as a living industry. That's an excellent term I use that always. Any number of cruise ships going to the sea are millions of dollars. Policy makers, our planners could not stop that water, could not create reservoirs to store that water. So we could have a better conditions today. So unfortunately, we are all blank and silent to these issues which are before our eyes. But I tell you as an editor, even today, if anything of this interest, of this event will come to me, I cannot resist space. No editor can resist space to an excellent story, which is real.
अच्छा, एक मेरा कमेंट भी है, एक वो जो व्यूज़ हैं आदिल नजम साहब के, सलीम बुखारी साहब के, उनको मैं वो थोड़ा सा बता भी देता हूँ, एक्सप्लेन कर दूँ मेरा एक्सपीरियंस जो पर्सनल इसमें रहा है, रिपोर्टर और एडिटर के रिलेशनशिप के हवाले से भी। आदिल साहब ने कहा कि खबर अपनी जगह खुद लेती है, उसकी ट्रीटमेंट किस तरह से होती है। मुझे याद है कि धर्मपुरा अंडरपास जब बना तो मैं अगले दिन अंडरपास बन गया तो देखा कि 4 ट्री ट्रंक्स थे, वो कटे हुए थे ट्री, लेकिन ना वहाँ पे ना तो फुटपाथ था और ना ही वहाँ पे कोई मतलब जगह थी इस तरह की, वो बच सकते थे दरख्त। उस पे कुछ और भी मैंने वो काउंट किए फिर जो थे, टोटल 4 थे। तो वो वजह ये थी कि उन्होंने ट्रैफिक डाइवर्शन को उन्होंने फैसिलिटेट करने के लिए, मशीनरी को मनूवर करने के लिए, फैसिलिटेट करने के लिए वो कटे। और मुझे याद है कि मेरे पहले एडिटर आरिफ निज़ामी साहब, वो फ्रंट पेज पे खबर कैरी हुई थी कि इसलिए दरख्त काटे गए। और मुझे ये भी है रिपोर्टर एडिटर के रिलेशनशिप के वाले से बहुत लंबी एसोसिएशन बुखारी साहब के साथ हमारी रही, बहुत कुछ सीखा इनसे। और कभी कोई खबर हो जानी ऐसी जहन में आना कि इसका डिस्प्ले होना है, लेके जाना इनके पास, इन्होंने पढ़ना, फिर वो लिखना आउटर पेजेस विद डिस्प्ले, नेशनल पेजेस विद डिस्प्ले या सिटी पेज लीड, इस तरह से खबरें जो है ना वो खास तौर पे क्लाइमेट चेंज और एनवायरनमेंट के हवाले से। नेशन में मेरा ये एक्सपीरियंस रहा है कि इन्होंने जितनी स्पेस हमें ज़रूरत थी उससे ज़्यादा मिली है, कभी स्पेस जो है ना वो एडिटर ने डिनाई नहीं की। ये मेरा पर्सनल एक्सपीरियंस रहा है, कोई तकरीबन 18-19 साल मेरे पहले एडिटर के साथ, लेट आरफ निज़ामी साहब के साथ, और मेरे फेवरेट एडिटर और फादरली फिगर सलीम बुखारी साहब के साथ। ये मेरा मतलब एक्सपीरियंस रहा है एज ए रिपोर्टर।
मुख्तसर जवाब इसका ये है कि आप मेहनत का जिक्र कर रहे हैं, जब रिपोर्टर इतनी मेहनत करने लग जाए तो एडिटर्स कैन नॉट रेजिस्ट दिस। दैट इज आई थिंक व्हाट इज इम्पोर्टेंट। समबडी वर्क्स हार्ड, ब्रिंग द स्टोरी व्हिच इज रीडेबल, ब्रिंग द स्टोरी व्हिच हैज ड्रामा एज सो आई थिंक एडिटर विल बी just helpless not to give space to it. I don't think the same editor can deny this. If you remember this rain story, we discussed for hours how to interpret, how to make it page one. And ask him that any number of times there was heavy rains in Lahore, he would
just to reinforce यार, I do think कि story अच्छी होगी तो I am guessing, मैं editor तो कभी भी नहीं रहा, लेकिन editor is looking for good story. स्टोरी को रोकने के लिए तो नहीं बैठा ना, वो तो बेचारे का काम ही, उसकी तो फाइट ही है कि यार मुझे ला के दो, राइट? तो आपने सप्लाई तो करनी है ना। आई डू रिमेंबर, आई डोंट नो अच्छी थी कि नहीं थी, फर्स्ट टाइम आई एवर पब्लिश्ड, अगेन मैं 10वीं में था, 11वीं में, 10वीं में, एक मुस्लिम अखबार में चीज़ थी सिटी डायरी, अहमद हसन साहब मरहूम उसको एडिट करते थे। इट वॉज अ बिग थिंग इन इस्लामाबाद, वो अगले दिन लोग उसकी बात किया करते, बीके बंगश होते थे। द फर्स्ट टाइम आई एवर पब्लिश्ड इन दैट वाज कि मैं उनके पास क्या कि एक पुराना दरख्त मुझे मिला, खाली मुझे भी नहीं पता, लेकिन ये जो अब सैदपुर है ना उसके पास, आई वॉन्ट टू राइट अबाउट दैट बाय आस्किंग पीपल अराउंड। अच्छा, वो मेरे ख्याल में बच्चे को इनकरेज कर रहे थे इसलिए कर दी थी, बट द पॉइंट आई एम मेकिंग इज एन एडिटर इज लुकिंग, द एडिटर इज लुकिंग फॉर स्टोरीज, राइट? नाउ इट इज आवर जॉब, नाउ पार्ट ऑफ आवर जॉब देन, अगर मुझे आपने जो ट्रेनिंग वाली बात की, मच मोर देन जर्नलिस्ट, चीफ सर दिस इज फॉर यू, आपके कॉलीग ज़्यादा दूसरे कमरे में उनको पहुंचाइएगा। आई थिंक वी नीड ट्रेनिंग ऑल्सो फॉर साइंटिस्ट। हमें भी तो कहानी सुनानी नहीं आती ना, आप बिठा दें मेरे जैसे 3 को, इतना बोरिंग प्रोग्राम होएगा आप नहीं, बट दैट इज ट्रू। हम आपस में जो है ना एक दूसरे को जार्गन की मार देते रहें, बट वी सी दिस इंटरनेशनली, वो पॉल अर्लिक पॉपुलेशन में या कार्ल सेगन इन सॉर्ट ऑफ ये एस्ट्रोफिजिक्स वगैरह में, देयर हैव बीन पीपल, यू नीड कम्युनिकेटर्स ऑफ साइंस विद इन साइंस, तो वो भी हमने ट्रेन नहीं किया। सो आई वुड मच रादर हैव पीपल हु कैन टेल द टेक्निकल पार्ट विदाउट लूजिंग द interest.
But here I want to add, like with due respect to my seniors, आपसे जो editors post में हैं, आप लोग newspaper में भी हैं और TV में भी, तो हम जब TV में कोई हम story करते हैं, editors बेशक आप editors को stories चाहिए होती है, अच्छी stories चाहिए होती है, अगर आप अच्छी story कर रहे हैं तो they always like वो आपकी story run कर रही है, लेकिन उसमें होता क्या है, अगर मैंने कोई story की है तो उसको टाइम मिलने में लग जाता है, या लाइक अगर वो आज के लिए प्लान है और समथिंग कोई अचानक से कोई हेडलाइन आ गई है, कोई ब्रेकिंग आ गई है पॉलिटिक्स से रेलेवेंट, तो वो स्टोरी स्किप हो जाएगी, वो फॉर द नेक्स्ट डे रख दी जाएगी, फिर उससे अगले दिन, शायद उससे अगले दिन, एक हफ्ता भी मैंने देखी है स्टोरीज को डिले होता हुआ। तो उससे क्या होता है, जो रिपोर्टर होता है उसका जो मोराल है वो थोड़ा डाउन जरूर होता है।
देखिए इस हवाले से 2 बातें हैं। मैं अर्ज कर देता हूँ इस हवाले से। देखिए गुजारिश ये है कि एक तो अखबार में जो स्टोरी आज नहीं गई है वो कल स्टोरी नहीं है, so you have to take that. Good or bad story is a different thing altogether. Anything the book is fine, the editor is bound to take that. As far as the editorial is concerned, unfortunately there are 2 very important positions missing. One is that of the editor,
I'm Waqas Ahmed Khan. I'm working as a climate and water resources person, and I've been a lecturer at University of Engineering and Technology, Peshawar for 4 years. जो मेरा experience academia का था, I just want to share about my experience about research and academia, कि होता क्या है, problem क्या है. एक मैंने research में ये चीज़ observe की है कि I'm working on endospacial hydrological modeling, for example. So I'll find papers जिसमें इस तरह के यूनिट्स होंगे जिसको ढूंढने में मुझे गूगल पे दिन लग जाएंगे. एक गलत कॉन्सेप्ट ये डेवलप किया गया है कि आप रिसर्च को इतना कॉम्प्लिकेटेड करके प्रेजेंट करो कि वो वर्ती लगे, रेदर देन कि उसको सिंप्लीफाई करे कि वो हर किसी को समझ आए. तो उसमें इस तरह के यूनिक यूनिट्स होंगे कि आपको उस रिसर्च को क्वान्टिफाई करना विद इन योर माइंड टू कम अप टू सम कंक्लूजन, उसमें भी दिन लग जाएंगे. एक ये प्रॉब्लम. एक एकेडेमिया में काम करते हुए, चूंकि मैं सब्जेक्ट्स पढ़ाता रहा लाइक सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट, डिजास्टर रिस्क मैनेजमेंट, GIS, अर्बन प्लानिंग, दैट वाज माय एरिया ऑफ रिसर्च. तो कन्वेंशनल कोर्स कंटेंट्स बहुत ज़्यादा है. मतलब मोस्ट ऑफ द कोर्सेज 90% एंड अबव कोर्सेज आर कन्वेंशनल. जब बीइंग अ यंग फैकल्टी आप ट्राई करते हैं कि इनकॉर्पोरेट द न्यू कॉन्सेप्ट्स और आइडियाज लाइक सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट, जियोग्राफिक इंफॉर्मेशन सिस्टम विच इज़ N, उसमें एक जो सीनियर्स आपका लॉट होता है वो हर्डल होता है, क्योंकि उनकी अपनी एक कमांडिंग एरिया होता है और उनको लगता है कि दिस थिंग इज वर्थी. सिविल इंजीनियरिंग है फॉर एग्जांपल, तो स्ट्रक्चर बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, 70% ये होना चाहिए. तो अगर आप ये डिबेट करें कि आपको सस्टेनेबिलिटी की तरफ आनी चाहिए, वाटर रिसोर्सेज या क्लाइमेट चेंज के सब्जेक्ट इनकॉर्पोरेट करने चाहिए, डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट, वो नहीं करते, पहली बात. सेकेंड थिंग उसमें एक तो ये बड़ा बुनियादी चीज़ है. एक जो मैं अपना क्वेश्चन लूज कर बैठा हूँ आपकी उसकी वजह से, लेकिन हाँ, तो एक ये चीज़ बड़ी बुनियादी है. दूसरा ये कि जो नए स्टूडेंट्स हैं, जैसे अच्छी लॉट है फॉर एग्जांपल, वो मेन फोकस उनका 2 फील्ड्स पे है, इंजीनियरिंग एंड मेडिकल. अब डिजास्टर रिस्क मैनेजमेंट बहुत एन फील्ड है, पेशावर यूनिवर्सिटी में है, मोस्ट ऑफ द टाइम उसमें स्टूडेंट्स ही पूरी नहीं होते, बिकॉज दे डोंट नो कि देयर इज़ अ फील्ड विच इज़ कॉल्ड डिजास्टर रिस्क मैनेजमेंट, जिसकी बहुत एन फील्ड है, पाकिस्तान में बड़ा मसला है. तो उसमें मीडिया का रोल कि यंगस्टर्स को थोड़ा सा गाइड किया जाए कि कैरियर अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ किस एरिया में है, आपको किस एरिया पे फोकस होना चाहिए, ताकि हमारे जो क्रीम टैलेंट है वो मुख्तलिफ फील्ड में, डाइवर्स फील्ड में रहें, रेदर देन कि वो 2 फील्ड्स तक महदूद रहे. थैंक यू.
I think the comment is right, लेकिन वो जो आपका पहली वाली बात है ना, यूनिट्स वगैरह वाली, वो हमारी भी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है कि वी हैव टू बी रोबस्ट. सो आप एज रिसर्चर यू नीड टू नो द रूट. लेकिन जब आपको यूनिट पता लग गए और आपके पास ये जर्नलिस्ट आया कोई पूछने सवाल, तो उसको समझाने की जरूरत नहीं है. वो सारी कथा बताने की, वो जो मैंने वो जो ग्राफ लगाया था मैप वाला, जब वो बन रहा था तो 4 महीने लगे थे. उसके नीचे 1000 किस्म की डिस्कशन हुई थी कि कौन सा वाला किधर जाएगा. आई डोंट नीड टू टेल दैट when I am communicating the point that comes out of my or your research. That is the point I am saying कि हमारी responsibility as scholars is also communication. आप अगर researcher हैं, आप basically communication field में, right? I mean, researcher का और कोई काम नहीं है communicate करने के अलावा. उसने research की, उसने कुछ सीखा, उसने अपने साथियों को communicate किया, उसने public को communicate किया. So that's all I'm saying is कि we have also a responsibility.
Are climate change stories difficult to produce for the journalists based in the HKH region to find out what are the problems that they face? And they said that they find it difficult, and almost 70 to 75% said yes, they find it difficult. And then my next question was that are the climate change stories which are in English, are the reports which are in English language, does that make it difficult for you to understand and produce new stories? Over 75% said yes. It means all the work by the IPCC, the UNFCCC, EVME, WWF LEAD, whatsoever, is getting published, but they are unable to understand it. And nothing is being produced, and it's such a huge loophole, and it takes us back to square one. We need to train them in English language first before we teach them anything about science. So I feel that we need to, make our roots, strengthen our roots in the first place. We'll move to the last segment of this panel discussion. I'll request Fareed Rais, anchor person at Neo News, for the closing remarks. So you can please come here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Abu Bakr Saab, and thank you so much for this session. And in between my seniors, Hassan Zari Saab, meeting him after 15 years, he was my first mentor and the trainer when I joined iNews over there. Dr. Saab, thank you. Adil Najam Saab, Salim Bukhari Saab, Saman, and Dr. Furqan. Much has been talked about it. So nothing left to talk on this, but the basic thing which Hamid Mir Saab was telling about, that this is the biggest threat. We have talked a lot about terrorism, but this is a kind of a terrorist which doesn't need any kind of a border, no visas, no permission, and nothing else. As Dr. Adil Najam Saab said, it is now, it is not the talk of the future. It is, if we have come across that it is the time to act now, it is the time to act and to report on it. I have reported simultaneously on multiple occasions, and I know after entering in the field of the broadcast journalism, I have been reporting on environment, climate change, disasters, as the Atabad Lake, as Adil Najam Saab talked about. I reported for Atabad Lake. I was there for 2 months and reported there, and this lake was formed in front of me. And all these things what you talked about, that how it went, how the people felt, what was the trauma over there. So these are the things and many other things. The recent flood, I was the one who reported from Rajanpur, the first news and current affairs program on 19th of August, when everybody was talking about political things and all the political scenario which was going on. So the basic thing is, it is not impossible. It is not impossible that that we don't get an opportunity to report. Yes, we have to push hard. We need to probe. We need to make our editors. We need to make our director news and our editors to convince about that what's going on. I have been reporting on these issues in my current affairs programs. I have been reporting on the disasters also. So I think so that now it's the time we are reporting. It's now these kind of stories are now the headlines. They are trying to catch the headlines, but still I feel that the training which has been discussed, that it should be done on behalf of all the newspapers, reporters, not only from print but also from the broadcast also. They should be given an opportunity to report, and their capacity building should be done in every platform. So this is what I think. So I will not take much time, but I think that this was a very, very good sessions by talking these things, and all the professional seniors who talked about things. So I think so, okay, this is the time, and the things will go in the right direction, and we'll start to report more. We'll start to talk more on these kind of issues, because as Adil Najam said, that the poor is the one who suffers the most, and this is the thing, that the poor suffers the most. So thank you so much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Ji, and this marks the end of this panel discussion. I wish it shouldn't end, and we keep on discussing and documenting. Yes, so the first thing we'll do, it has been video documented. We'll upload on YouTube, and the purpose that it should be cited and quoted to serve as a reference and to be used for further discussions. And we will certainly, we would love to have you on board for future panel discussions on similar issues, and we will seek your inputs beforehand on what topics we should cover related to environmental journalism, because it's a huge responsibility on people like yourself who have devoted your life to this field, and through your efforts there's a lot that could be done, and you have significantly contributed already. Thank you so much, sirs, for everything, and this finally marks the end of this discussion. Thank you.